I call this meeting of the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6 o'clock. Since Priscilla doesn't have a mic, I'm going to do roll call, and all board members are present. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott acted to maintain government transparency and continued government operations while reducing face-to-face contact for government open meetings. As Texas works to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, the governor granted the Office of Attorney General's request for suspension of certain open meeting statutes. This temporary suspension will allow for telephone or video conference meetings of governmental bodies that are acceptable to the public in an effort to reduce in-person meetings that assemble large groups of people. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The meeting is being live streamed to the public. Administrative staff participating in the board meeting will be audible to the public via live stream video. We did accept online public comments from citizens as well as those in person. All those that submitted comments by 5 o'clock today, as outlined on the posted agenda notice, will be read during the public comment portion of the meeting. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board-adopted procedures to the extent practicable. An audio and video recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public on the district's website at a later date. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to welcome all those that may be watching online and our staff that's online watching, and some will be on Zoom as well if we have questions, as well as those that are here in person. Just to clarify, we are having our open meetings. You are able to attend in person. We are also allowing public comments to be submitted by 5 o'clock before a board meeting as well, in case you would like to submit those that way. So I welcome you. We've had quite a few board meetings in the last week, I think, as well as in the last month. But this is our regular board meeting for the month of July. Even though many things are going on, we still are taking care of business as usual. And so we will be going through just our regular board meeting. I do want to send our condolences to the Bryce Wisdom family from the school board as well as the district. He moved many of our students, and I know that we have many that posted over the last few days of our different departments and different sports and things like that. So again, we send our condolences to the Wisdom family. We're going to next move on our agenda item and have our Vice President's recitation of the district mission, vision, values, and priorities.
Thank you, Madam President. Our motto, SCUC, a district with passion and purpose. Our mission, SCUCISD, a diverse community founded in trust and transparency, commits to empower all students to fulfill lifelong potential through inspiring learning experiences. Our vision, inspire, innovate, excel. Values, leadership, character, commitment, service, and learning. And our priorities, Priority 1, all graduates will be college and/or career and/or military ready. Priority 2, high-performing and engaged workforce. Priority 3, highly satisfied students, parents, and community. Priority 4, efficient district and campus operations.
Now we'll have our board recitation of the district belief statements.
We believe all students have the capacity to learn and excel. We believe a safe, secure, and supportive environment is paramount to learning.
We believe in living our core values of leadership, character, commitment, service, and learning. And we believe engaging, interactive, and authentic teaching creates empowered inspired learners prepared for our changing world.
We believe technology is a relevant tool that enhances learning in and beyond the classroom. We believe in a professional learning community that fosters collaboration for continuous improvement.
We believe transparent, clear, and timely communication among all is critical to success. We believe measures of success go beyond standardized testing.
And we believe public education is defined by the local community with limited state involvement.
Next, we're going to have our Vice President's overview of good governance, indicators, and board member ethics.
Since it's been a while since we've gone over these, I'm going to start at the top with our first point of good governance and our self-check. Mission, vision, values, and comprehensive statement of goals are developed in place for the district. The criteria for consideration for mission, vision, values, statement, and goals are written. The statements and goals describe desired quality for customers and the community. Staff and community input was solicited and considered while we prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I appreciate that. Now we're going to move to our next agenda item, which is public comments. Priscilla, are there any public comments for those in person? No public comments in person. We do have some that were submitted online. So the Board of Trustees will now hear public comment statements. In order to provide consistency and fairness to all individuals, public comments will be heard in accordance with Board Policy BED Local and procedures outlined in the Administration Regulation BED. Public comments on general topics as well as specific agenda items listed on the posted agenda notice may be heard during the regular school board meeting. Public comments will be limited to individuals who signed up to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting before the board meeting was called to order. Comments submitted online by 5:00 p.m. on the date of the meeting will be read out loud. An individual who signs up to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting may not relinquish their time to another individual, and no public comment shall exceed 3 minutes. To ensure compliance with time limitations, a yellow card will be held up by the board secretary at 2 minutes, and a red card will be held up at 3 minutes. Our first public comment is by Angela Brooks. I have 3 children and 1 device, a laptop that the district provided that can be used for instruction. Are we going to be issued enough devices for each child so they can do the required schoolwork during at-home instruction? Thank you for your comment. Our next comment is by J.D. Rodriguez III. Good evening. First, I would like to say thank you to each one of you for serving as a board member, especially during a time of uncertainty where we have a very difficult decisions ahead of us. Though I would much rather address you all in person, I too have a board meeting this evening. My name is J.D. Rodriguez III. I currently serve as a trustee at Dilley ISD. This evening, you will have an opportunity to endorse a candidate for the TASB Board of Directors. I would greatly appreciate your support for this position. You have already received an email from me asking for your support, which included some background information about myself. I am extremely passionate about improving our schools and feel that I will represent our region to the best of my ability. I look forward to the opportunity of working with you all and to serve on the TASB Board of Directors. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. Go Still Knights and Clemens Buffaloes. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for your comment. Our next comment is by Carolina Carmichael. As the preparations for in-person school ensues, I am asking for the review of far UVC light use in classrooms to decrease transmission of viruses and bacteria. This additional precaution may help ease parents' minds to get students back in class sooner. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Carmichael, for your comment. Our next comment is by Maura Wheats, and I'm sorry if I mispronounce any names. As both an employee and a parent in SCUCISD, I want to thank the administration and the board for their time, consideration, and discussion last week. There is no simple solution to schooling during COVID, especially when there are so many other managing bodies involved. But I and many of my colleagues felt heard, supported, and considered last week. There isn't a single one of us who doesn't long for the day when we can be back in class like usual with our students. but sometimes those options are out of our control. Teachers will do everything in our power to provide the best education for our students this year, and we know parents will as well. We are all doing our best, and we appreciate the support from the community, district administration, and board. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. And our last comment is by Ami Santo. I watched last week's board meeting and wanted to let you all know how some things came across, especially to teachers. When you all lumped together the numbers of the teachers that said they were comfortable, 18%, and those that are comfortable but only with precautions at 47%, many stated several times that it was 60%. Really, these numbers should not be put together, and that 47%, only the first part of that question was read. The last part was, or until the pandemic is over. There were 34% that did not want to return. Applauding the teachers that said, "Put me where you want me," is a bit of a public shaming of those teachers who did not feel comfortable to return. Really unfair to make us feel bad for our choice. I heard many say how much teachers are appreciated right now, but I don't think you have seen social media. Even the President of the U.S. stated that teachers were teaching our children to hate their country. Nothing could be further from the truth. Even on social media groups that represent our parents' groups, how many of those parents think we shouldn't get paid as much, that we're just whining to get out of work, etc. We want to teach, but we are not able to do that safely at this time, and that's why we want to teach from home. By making teachers go into the classrooms to teach from there, you're putting our kids in a situation, too, because we are remote learning, all of us in the first 3 weeks at least. We should go for the max time allowable by TEA, especially because we start earlier than every district in our area, some by 3 weeks. So again, the cross-county contamination is there and ever present. We need to trust our teachers. They are speaking out because they overwhelmingly do not feel it is safe. As a parent, I want to know, how will you discipline elementary kids who refuse to use masks? How do you expect teachers to be able to comfort children in face-to-face instruction if they're not allowed to touch them? I'm more worried about their mental health being in school. The rule follower kids, which are most of the students, will be terrified that someone is going to get them sick, touch them, leave germs on them, waste the teacher's time by making the teacher address their poor mask behavior instead of being able to concentrate on teaching. Their best friends are going to be within arm's length, and they won't be able to touch them at all. Giant plexiglass up to separate them from their friends. It's much easier to understand that when you're remote. But every day you will be so sad because the kids can't be kids. Recess won't be the same. Lines of children who get yelled at for coming within 6 feet of another. There's no way this is better for mental health of the kids. Are you prepared to take the risk of having students purposely cough on other students and the possibility of them contracting the virus? Since it is truly unsafe to be gathered together, why are we not going fully remote for the entire fall? How can our district not care enough about their teachers to not allow for them to teach virtually from home? Those who teach all the students in the school, those teachers' specials, should be remote only. This is imperative to not spreading the virus. If you're not enforcing mask wearing on an elementary campus, why would you not allow teachers who do not feel comfortable with that to teach from home? My child is not coming to school because I don't trust other kids. I care for my son's teachers. Thank you for your comment. Our next agenda item is our superintendent update. Our end of the year report on the following district priorities presented by Dr. Edwards.
Get everything plugged in. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Asbeck, members of the board, Dr. Ely. Several of us will be here tonight to share our scorecard update from the part of the 18 to 22 district strategic goals and plan. Again, tonight we're going to focus on the priorities that were read earlier. I'm going to have the opportunity to share with you priority one. Not a lot of information has changed since we had the opportunity to share our priority one update with you in June, I believe it was. So Ms. Gracia is also on Zoom. If there are any questions that you have for either one of us, we'd be happy to answer those a little bit later. Again, just a reflection, a reminder of where our priority one goals are. Priority 1.1 focuses on CCMR, college career military readiness. 1.2, students in grades pre-K through 2 demonstrate reading on grade level. based on our screeners, and then 1.3 obviously focuses on students at grades 3 through 10 reading on the STAR. And you can see there what our academic goals were, or our annual goals for this year. What we reported last time is due to the cancellation of the STAR as well as our end-of-year screener, we really don't have data on 1.2 and 1.3. We focused on 1.1, and that was our college, career, and military readiness. We did have enough data that we could pull that and share an update in that. And just a reminder, in those areas, here are the indicators that go into establishing that criteria. Those that have asterisks by them are those that we, as a district, as a local community, have noted that are part of what we feel like our college, career, military readiness. An example of that is completion of the ROTC endorsement in our high schools, as well as several others that are a part of that. So our goal for CCMR was 82. As reported last time, we were at 81%, and that was pending. We are 14 students short of meeting that goal of 82. A celebration is we have had actually 35 plus students who have earned certification since our June presentation. However, those students were already factored into that 81%, so we are still looking for 14 students, and we're going to continue to monitor that. There are students that continue to possibly take certification exams, as well as those that may be listing into the military over the course of this summer. So we're still holding out hope that we can reach that goal, but again, we're certainly proud that we've been able to accomplish and come that close to it with what was hit us this last year. And again, those are some of the things that we're still waiting on as related to 1.1. And then these are some of the things that impacted, what we believe impacted not meeting that goal as part of school cancellation, face-to-face, as well as several of the indicators in the exams that would be included in that part of the process. So we also wanted to share what are some next steps in regards to Priority 1 for the fall of 2020. It is to review, realign, and replace as needed goals in that. And the reason we talk about that is we're also obligated to focus on the House Bill 3 annual board goals, and that's student growth for grades for third grade in math and reading, student growth on CCMR readiness. And that was part of the board training that we had recently with the 1566 training, and really focusing on student growth rather than just a score or performance. And so we're going to continue to work as an administrative team, as well as work with the board over the course of the fall to determine those goals and then align those. Part of the next step with that is ensuring that they align with the district and campus improvement plans that we'll also bring forward to you, as well as the Effective Schools Framework and Targeted Improvement Plans, the TIP plans, that are a part of that process for a couple of our schools. And so that's what we have coming up with Priority 1, again, just to review, realign, and replace as needed. So with that being said, we are going to move into the Priority 2 update, and Ms. Cannon is here to share that.
Okay, so on Priority 2, this is our high-performing engaged workforce. We have one goal in that category, which is 70% of our participants will respond in the top 3 of the 7 scoring bands on the Workforce Satisfaction Engagement Survey that we give each spring. We contract this out through Intergage, and they help us with this survey. We actually had an annual goal of 67% for the 1920 school year. We actually met our goal at 72% this last year. So overall, you'll see here the 3-year trend data for SCUC, seeing that we're at 72% overall. For our benchmark schools, these are schools nationwide that also use the Intergage survey, both elementary and secondary schools. They were also at 72%. And then on the top 20, the 2020 top workplace, these are the schools and businesses in the San Antonio area that participate, and they were at 79%. So we were a little bit below the top workplace. From the survey, we pulled the 5 strengths from the staff survey. These were the highest statements that were scored on the survey. SCUC operates by strong ethics and values. My job makes me feel like I'm a part of something meaningful. I feel genuinely appreciated at SCUC. I would highly recommend working at SCUC to others, and my manager makes it easier to do my job well. And then we also looked at the lower areas and looking for opportunities for improvement. And each of these came up in the lowest areas on the scoring of the statements for each. My benefits package is good compared to others in the industry. My pay is fair for the work I do. Meetings at SCUC may get good use of my time. I have not considered searching for a better job in the past month. And senior managers understand what is really happening at SCUC. I will tell you that even though these were the lowest areas, each one of those increased except for my benefits, which stayed the same. So we did see some increases from the previous year in each one of those other than the benefits package. So our next steps from here, campuses and department leaders will be sharing this data with their staff members and with teams of teachers and staff on their campuses and in departments. And then they create action plans based on this data that are reflected on their campus improvement plans. HR then also goes out and does staff advisory focus groups twice a year at each of the campuses and departments, and we share the data, looking for feedback and opportunities as a district where we can improve. And then the data is shared with DIC in the fall to gather feedback and look for those improvement opportunities from that group as well. Priority 3.
Thank you, Ms. Cannon. Now we have priority 3 update, and that's going to be brought to us by Veronica Goldhorn. She's actually waiting on Zoom. So we're gonna try this. I'm just going to explain it. She's going to tell me when to click to the next slide. She's following it on her laptop at home. So again, Ms. Veronica Goldhorn, Director of Elementary Education in priority 3.
Right, good evening. I have priority 3, as Dr. Edwards shared with you guys, and I'll be sharing with you our student and parent survey results. So on the screen here, you see that goal 3.1, our goal is 66% of respondents will indicate satisfaction on our student satisfaction survey. Last year's annual goal was 75%. And then our next goal, 3.2, 80% of respondents will indicate satisfaction on our parent satisfaction survey. Our annual goal is 83%. Next slide. Our student engagement district results. So our goal was 75%. Our actual results were 76%. So we met our goal last year, the school year of 1920. Our participants are listed. We have 3,835 participants. And there was a little bit lower than last year, but I want to remind you that this survey was being conducted during COVID-19 school closure. Our district overall mean was 3.81, and the scale that we're looking at, the rating scale, is 1.5. And then lastly, percentage of responses strongly agree was 33%. Not only indicating satisfaction within our students, but it's also our most loyal students that we also need to recognize. Next slide. So our student engagement greatest strengths were, we pulled the top 3. My principal is a good leader. Learning is important at my school. I enjoy PE class.
We all do.
That is true. Our next slide. Our student engagement district results for our areas of opportunity. We pull the bottom 3. First one being students show respect for each other at this school. We did lots of work last year within SEL, and this year, once again, we are working on cultural diversity, and we spent some time this summer, back in July, well, in this month, with our leadership teams from every campus, so teams of teachers from every campus. So we're going to be continuing to work on that with a professional development plan for the year. So we hope to see that particular item increase for this year's data. The second item is my teacher asks me how I learn best. And there was a tie. I regularly receive feedback from school staff about my academic progress. And lastly, I like going to my school today. Next slide. Our next goal is parent satisfaction. So we shared with you that our annual goal was 83%. Our results were 79%. We unfortunately did not meet our goal. However, if you look at the number of participants, again, due to COVID closure, we had about 2,000 less participants compared to last year. So it would have been interesting to see, had we had more participation, that our goal, highly likely that it would have been met. Our district mean, 3.95. And then our percentage of responses for strongly agree, again, 38.7%. 38.7%, yes. All right, next slide. Our greatest strengths for the parent satisfaction district results was the top one, the school is cleaned and well maintained. So we'd like to give a nod to Mr. J.D. Mosley and his facility and maintenance team. Second one is my family is treated with respect at this school. And again, a tie, my child is aware of school staff who are able to help them. And lastly, my child's learning is a high priority at this school. Next slide. Our areas of opportunity for our parent satisfaction results. Again, the bottom three, I am satisfied with the second language programs in the school district. I am satisfied with the gifted and talented programs in the district. And then lastly, I regularly receive feedback from staff on how well my child is learning. I do want to share with you that when you look at our areas of opportunity based on the scale of 1 to 5, we're still scoring pretty high. So it's not as if we're completely failing our parents and our students. Good, but we will always strive for better. Next slide. So our next steps are that all campuses have been shared their individual campus results. They also received their open responses from their parents, and they reviewed them by campus. And these open responses are specifically addressing the question of what's working well, what could be improved, and who would they like to recognize for parents that they would respond to. That feedback is shared with the staff. They'll also take a look at their top 3 and their bottom 3 and create action plans in their campus improvement plans and in their scorecards. And then finally, what we've learned over the years is that it's important that we share these parent responses with our departments. So we shared the feedback with each department director in order for them to celebrate their strengths and their areas of opportunity, so they can also develop department plans and celebrations for what they're doing well. And so those departments are listed right there for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Goldhorn. Our next up is Wayne Pruski, sharing our Priority 4 update.
Here we go. Good evening. Okay, so for Priority 4, in regards to efficient district and campus operations, basically it has 2 goals. Goal 4.1 as a hard score. The district will score 90 or above on school's first indicator by June 2022 on a 100-point scale. Academic year of 2019-2020, you see the annual goal there of 90 points. Academic year 2019-2020, the results, 90 points. So goal was met for that school's first indicator. On 4.2, the district will attain an overall score of 90% on the district services survey by June 2022. Academic year 2018-19, the annual goal of 82. Academic year 19-20, the annual result 82. So goal met on that one. So going into a little more depth, I don't know if we've really done this for the district services survey, but I wanted to take a few moments to go through this because it is a fairly extensive process. The survey asks select department and school leaders, Team 1, to rate the support characteristics of departments within SCUC. Support characteristics are shown there: accessibility, accuracy, attitude, operations, and timeliness, what we effectively call the AAAOT. So accessibility, can we reach a live person or use an electronic tool to reach someone? Accuracy, did we receive the right product or service, or was a variation considered? Attitude, was it a nice experience? Did you receive service with a smile? Operations, do day-to-day operations run efficiently and effectively? And timeliness, was the response or solution delivered when promised? So Team 1 leaders rated the characteristics using a scale from 1 to 5, 1 ranging very poor and 5 being very good. Following the ratings and the survey, Team 1 had an opportunity to provide specific feedback for each department. This was done through comments. So they would score us the 1 through 5, and then they had an open box for commentary to assist those directors with that department on why they may have rated it a certain way. The latest survey was administered in spring 2020, was open for 2 weeks to provide Team 1 opportunity to evaluate the service delivered by the departments. A total of 32 Team 1 members participated in this last survey. Oh, that didn't format good. Okay, Table 1. This one shows the number of participations. So we have the last 4 administrations of the survey. So going back to fall 2017, fall 2018, spring 2019, spring 2020. Then you see the characteristics down below. So accuracy, accessibility, attitude, operations, and timeliness. And then at the bottom, the overall mean. So from fall 2017, when we first, well, that wasn't the first one, but it's in the middle of them, but 4.27. And then as we go across fall of 2018, fall of 2019, and then spring of 2020, you see the overall means at the bottom. But you can also see the means for each characteristic as we go through the administrations of the survey. What this also did for us too, that I want to mention inside of this, is we, through opportunities for improvement, were able to gather more feedback and more drive towards the feedback we were getting, and we're being held higher accountability, so you can see those scores as we progress through there. This table shows what's called the top box characteristic score. Top box is that where we were rated very good. We're at the top of the spectrum. We were rated a 5. So this indicates the most positive responses. So again, same format. You have the characteristics on the left, the overall box mean at the bottom, so the score there, and you see those results for those administrations there from fall 2017 all the way to spring 2020. So what happens after the survey? So cabinet members receive their respective data. Cabinet member then shares their survey results with the respective leadership teams to determine A, what you've heard before, celebrations, and B, opportunities for improvement for their individual departments. They then formulate action plans to reinforce successes and strategies to address their opportunities for improvement. Once these action plans are made, they are then reviewed with fellow cabinet members to obtain feedback. So that's the first round. The department leader will bring this to a cabinet meeting. We do what's called a speed rounding, discuss this, share our thoughts, and we gather more feedback if we're on the right path or not. Action plans are then modified as needed, and then the same process is run again through Team 1 to obtain the feedback from the principals, share the action plans, and then these action plans are then taken back to the department leadership teams, reviewed with the department, make any modifications necessary, and then they are put into effect for the following year.
Any questions from anyone that shared the priority results?
A couple of questions. One, Dr. Edwards, can you talk a little bit about the decision for, I believe it was 5th and 8th grade? They're not going to be held as far as held I mean, I'm not saying this right, but their promotion to the next grade level is not dependent on any of the testing that the state is requiring. Is that decision has come out?
Yes, sir.
Talk about that a little bit.
Yes, sir. We were made aware of that, obviously, when the cancellation of the STAR around that time period. So typically, Student Success Initiative is students in 5th and 8th grade have to show successful completion of the 5th and 8th grade STAR in reading and math in order to be promoted. That was waived for this last year as part of the process, and then obviously the overall cancellation of the STAR assessment as well.
And it was just announced yesterday that that's the only change right now to the state mandated assessment program. So students in 5th and 8th grade will still be administered a reading and math assessment, but only one. And so they won't have that one early in the year in April, and then the summer administration for those students who don't pass the other ones. not only is it a benefit for our kids in that they don't have to take those multiple assessments, but it also allows us some increased instruction time during the year because that first assessment won't be in April anymore. It'll be back to early May. So that's a good thing. Just as I would throw in here, that this goes back to almost 2000. It's almost 20 years old. This was back when Governor Bush was at the helm, and it was something to end social promotion, but it was only for 5th and 8th grade students. The same type of promotion restrictions are not for kids in our other grade levels. So we certainly would love to see more change and more waivers and freedom in the state mandated assessment program, especially as we operate with many of our kids operating remotely. It will be interesting to see what changes occur as this year evolves.
So that waiver that doesn't impact this coming year, though?
It does.
No, it does. We just announced yesterday that 5th and 8th grade SSI the kids will not be held accountable for this coming year as well. So kids, as Dr. Ely said, typically that 5th and 8th grade math and reading assessment come much earlier than the other grade levels. So they can take that second one by the end of the school year, and then that third one at the end of summer school. Obviously for last year and this year, we don't have to worry about that second and third administration, and the kids don't have to worry about that as well.
Okay, I know, when I was still working that, we had to have, we did summer instruction, and then the students would come in and take the test again, and we would have to have a meeting to decide whether we were going to promote that child or not with the parents and whatnot. So are those things still happening? I mean, is that still part of the program, or?
During the course of SSI, yes, it is.
Okay. The other thing, Mr. Pruski, your surveys for efficient district campus operations, are y'all doing anything? I know you laid out a plan for improvement because those numbers were sliding down, it seemed like every year. Were y'all doing anything to do periodic surveys in order to see how you're doing rather than waiting till that to that one survey, and then you've kind of gone through a year, and here you may have had some opportunities for improvement while you're on the ground, so to speak.
During the process of that, we did do some touch bases, but it was mostly by the departments going. Also want to bring into the fact of we were doing independent roundings, and back I was going to campus principals and talking about on the operational side.
So you were getting feedback anyway on a
yes, sir.
Monthly basis anyway, and
yes, sir.
So that
well,
kind of helped.
We tried to do it on a quarterly. I would try to hit every campus at least quarterly.
Yeah. Okay.
And then if there was a theme, then through operations, I would route that through there. If there was an issue with a certain department, since he's sitting right here, if it was JD, I'd route it through JD. If it was transportation, it would go through Mr. Perez.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I know this is really kind of day-to-day operation stuff, and it's almost too much in the weeds for us to get into it too much but I appreciate the information and appreciate the fact that you're getting on top of it and making those changes. So thank you.
Can you go back to priority 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go forward. One more. Okay. Right there, the first one, that's been there every year that I can remember. That's probably not going to go away. We do pretty well in the district. I mean, things have changed. We're not doing as well as we were there for a while, but that's probably not going to go away. And I don't know that anybody can really do anything about that. I mean, our hands are tied 6 ways to Sunday on that one. That's really ends up being executive administration decision and also a board decision as far as how much money do we really have available, what can we do. So I just want that will probably always be there. Number 3, it doesn't matter what meeting you have. Meetings are always going to be the most inefficient way of spending your time, no matter what you do. That's just way it is. the one that, when you say senior managers, are they referring to people in this room or people in administration, or we're talking about our principals, or what kind of context are they making that statement in?
The directions we send out with the survey say that senior managers are the cabinet members. So the people in this room, plus any of our cabinet directors, they're in charge of departments across the district. That's what we identify as senior managers.
Okay. So they're basically saying that you don't really know what's going on out there on the campuses, and yet I know that every one of you are out there on a regular basis doing that, so there's a disconnect here somewhere, and I'm not sure, I mean, I can't raise any, I can't give you any advice for how to do that, but there's a disconnect somewhere, and either they're not seeing it or something. So I don't know if there's anything y'all can do anymore to get out there and be among them and listen to it, or like Wayne was saying, be out there every month, because you've got your jobs you need to do up here and run the administration at this level, so you can't be out there every day. But again, I'm not sure how you can get around and get that one better.
We did increase, I would like to point that out. So last year we were at 54%, and this year we're at 64%. So we did see some increase in that,
Okay.
but it still is coming up as one of the low 5 areas.
Okay, so there's been a great improvement, and I know y'all are working hard to make it even better. So I just want to throw it in there and say, make sure I understood what they were referring to. So, yeah, number one, if y'all come up with a way to fix number one, I'm all ears, but I don't know what that is. So that's going to continue to be there for probably from now until the cows come home, so.
And that's a very interesting question in the way that it reads. My benefits package is good compared to others in this industry.
Right.
You would have to really know what the others in the industry were to really answer that question and make that comparison. As far as the senior manager's question, I think the instructional staff has a little bit of an advantage of that. Going into the classrooms and doing those kind of things with the processes we have built up. I think our operations side of that, they're mainly meeting with the principals and valuing their time and things like that. So it may not be seen down at the level in which those that answer the survey as well. So we're going to continue to work, and obviously we have come up 10%, and we're going to continue to do those type of things.
Well, I congratulate you on your improvement. I know you're working hard to get that information out there, so I appreciate that.
Well, and I would like to add on the benefits, I would be interested to see what this is going to look like a year from now, because we did not raise premiums for the 3rd year in a row, and we're offering a ACO plan that's a lower deductible and is lower premium per month than what we were currently offering last year. So they may see that we're really trying to make a difference, but we'll look at the results a year from now.
I love that industry, because if you're talking about teaching in Chicago or Detroit, we're never going to get there, so it'll be an interesting correlation. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out, so thank you very much.
I have a quick question, and I think we may have discussed this at one time. Do we influence the questions in any way? Like, do we write them, or do we pick them, or they're just on this survey? Because I'm looking at the, 1, 2, 3, I think the 4th one there, I have not considered searching for a better job. I would want to actually differentiate that as to, I have not looked for a different job or another job in another district. You see what I'm saying? Another teaching job.
Yeah. Since we contract out through Intergage and we're using this for the top workplace data, we unfortunately cannot change the nature of the questions. We try to tease some of that out in feedback, especially for those staff advisory focus groups, trying to really identify what does that mean to us.
And the consistency in the question also allows us to compare year after year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam President, I'd like to further conversation and get some feedback from the board. So these obviously, our scorecard comes from board priorities from our 2018 to 2022 strategic plan. So I know these were crafted with an end in mind of where we needed to be by 2022. As you see, there's, especially with priority 1 and the situation that we're finding ourselves in last year and perhaps even this year, some student performance data is becoming problematic to measure. There's nothing we can do about that. And as Dr. Edwards pointed out, we will be talking about board goals and effective schools frameworks and effective schools framework as we work through goal setting this fall. Priority 2, priority 3 and priority 4 are all basically survey-driven. Priority 2, the high-performing and engaged workforce, is the Intergage survey. As Mrs. Cannon just talked about, it's part of what allows us to take part in the top workplace contest each year. And just a reminder, Ms. Cannon, we will find out how we did in October, is that correct? Okay. Priority 3 and priority 4 survey data, the student and parent and community, which we never got off the ground this year due to COVID-19, and then the DSS, or District Satisfaction Survey data, has all come from a provider that we've worked with for a number of years, and this provider also works with us with leadership development. They started with superintendent and then executive leadership team, cabinet. Now we're down into next generation leaders, even in our various departments. So we've worked with them for a long time. It's been quite a it's an annual investment, not only in professional development, but in these surveys. In the budget development process for this year, as you know, and again, we will not move to finalize the budget until the end of next month, we have eliminated that cost to the tune of over $60,000 for that in our budget preparation to this point. And so right now what we have eliminated is our options at this point for surveys. Now, and I'm talking about student, parent, and the DSS. Now we can purchase these from the same provider, a la carte, which will be less than the commitment that we had last year, financial commitment, I mean. We've got some other survey options from some different companies to try to do something a little different. But I wanted to do just, we haven't had this conversation before about our strategic plan and about these priorities, and just kind of take your temperature. Is this something that we need to make sure we build back into the budget? And if you have any strong opinions, or any opinions, we'll take at this point, on whether we should continue with the same instruments we've done or look at maybe some other options for us. So, Madam President, I'd just like to throw that out.
Yeah, thank you. Comments? Thoughts?
Well, I'm always okay with looking at other options and give us another viewpoint. Maybe give us better data. I'm not looking at improving the numbers so much as if it just broadens the data and see, is there another way to find this information out that makes it a little bit better for us to actually understand what we need to do about it, or maybe I don't know. But I have no heartburn about going a different direction, not at all.
So if we're sticking with our priorities, and you're saying that there are other instruments out there to gauge whether our priorities, if that's what you're saying, that there are others that are out there, but we do not know, like,
there are a number of different entities that can help us with student surveys and parent surveys and these type of service surveys. Yes, we can use any number of instruments and providers to help us with that. What we would need to do is really look at the annual goal setting, because if it's, and make sure it's correlated with the type of instrument we're using. So I know we're trying to get to 82% here or 90% here, 67% there. We would just have to look at how the instrument might work differently. If we want to change, if we can stay with the same ones if we want to, at least till we get through the end of this strategic plan. But I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
I was going to say first, we helped set the goal, or the community helped set those goals that we were using, but the board didn't particularly put a number on those goals per se. That was the staff, am I correct? Board saying that? And so,
Okay.
Am I correct? Yep. Yeah. So those numbers were set by staff and previous administration on what they should be each year. So I think what's important to me is that we learn from what that feedback says and get better. I mean, that's the whole premise. So I know some people like those numbers, and are we meeting that? But as a mathematician, I know that we can set a number. That doesn't mean we're always doing the best we can, or we can learn from it. Just even that one question that Mr. Finley just asked, knowing that it jumped 10%. I mean, that's good information for us, but just know we helped with the goal setting, but not particular number setting, Dr.
Okay,
Ely.
I appreciate that.
You're
Not
welcome.
the actual
The
metrics.
numbers were set, I mean, they were set so that, incrementally, we were giving ourselves so many years, and, incrementally, this is where we're going to be next year. And to get to this point, we have to do this over that period of time, year to year to year to year. So I think that's where the numbers.
And I also want to say we've adjusted the numbers because we know we might have said it at the very beginning, 2018, and we've gone back and looked at it and go, okay, realistically, we weren't jumping that percentage, so,
Well, some of our goals, too, were higher than the 2022 goal. If you notice, some of our annual goals were a little higher because we adjusted and we wanted to try to continuously improve.
So I will say, on the question as far as the goals, the board approved the priorities. The administration are the ones that brought the goals to the board, and then we reevaluated those annually based upon incremental gains towards that achievement. So it was the board that actually, and I say that because now we're looking at somewhat of there will be board-approved goals this next year and also for the next several years as part of HB3 for, as we mentioned earlier, that third grade reading and math, as well as the CCMR, and those are based upon student growth. It's specifically written in there, student growth as a component of that. So we will be, and that's why I kind of put review, realign, and revise as needed, because that will impact, or that could impact our goals in that part of the process. Thank you.
I like the way we're doing now I guess I just call it leadership by big picture, in that the board does come together with the administration and the community to create these big picture goals, and then through surveys and other means, we get a sense of how we're doing across the spectrum, and then the administration has been providing us with updates. If you're asking, is there another way of doing this, I'm perfectly okay with taking a look at that as well, but I know in the past we've had years where we kind of led by chaos, or whichever parent screamed the loudest about whatever their topic happened to be, or we have certain teachers going to be complaining about a particular topic, and then we all get focused on that one topic. And now we're trying to do this more as a broad-based, big picture way of leadership, which I think is a much better way of doing it. So we've gotten away from just whoever happens to complain the most or whatnot. So big picture, I'd love to continue this way, and if you've got a different way of going about that, I'm perfectly okay with looking at the options and taking it from there.
Okay, I've seen a listen. Okay, we're in the middle of a plan from 18 to 22. So if you change your measurement points, or you change your questions, you don't have a consistent methodology as far as your questions, so you don't have that consistency across the entire time.
Correct.
I'm not opposed to changing, but you do have to be careful that you somehow can go from one testing group or one survey group in the past and keep that data line straight. It sounds to me like the legislature kind of did change it for us anyway. So maybe it's a situation where our strategic goals for 18 and 22 probably don't really apply near as much as they did before House Bill 3. Maybe that's something we need to look at and say, okay, are our goals still aligned? Has the legislature forced us to change those goals? And if they have, then that may be the time to make a change to something else that's a little more robust and get that information out there. That's probably a discussion that we need to have, the executive leadership team and the board as a whole, because the legislature has made those changes sufficient to pretty well wipe out a good portion of our basic goals, especially from student achievement. Then are our board goals for 18 and 22, are they still valid or relevant?
And I think we'll have that opportunity as we go through the fall. And I don't know that they've rendered our strategic plan and the goals therein invalid. I don't believe that. I think there's actually a great deal of overlap. And I look forward to the opportunity to talk about what student performance looks like and how to measure student growth and what's the most appropriate measure for SCUCISD as we consider that. And I think we can make that work together. So board, priority one, all students, college and/or career and/or military ready. I think think that'll be fine as far as moving forward with the metrics that we have and the standards that we have, assuming that, we'll be able to take the assessments to yield those metrics. And I think we're pretty set with priority 2 with our highly engaged workforce in the Intergage survey. And really, I just want to take your temperature a little bit on what our feelings were in regards to parent and student and then staff services survey. And we're fine keeping the same ones, and we're fine looking at others. I didn't know if there was, obviously, because we've not had this conversation before, only been here 6 months, I don't know how much passion, I would say, you have about the particular instruments or the numbers therein. So that's why I just want to throw it out and hear from you all on that. And love to hear anything else you might want to say in regards to it.
Just personally, I have no problem with going and looking and see if there's a better instrument out there. I'm always looking for a better way to do something, so I have no heartburn in that regard.
Okay, no more comments. Hopefully you kind of got our pulse on that then.
Yes, ma'am.
Next on the agenda item, and thank you all for that reported on each priority. Thank you all for your awesome report. Next agenda item is the 2020-2021 budgeting and staffing update presented by Dr. Ely.
Thank you, Madam President. I have just a few quick updates for budgeting and staffing for next school year. First of all, I'd just like to remind everybody that tonight we'll be asking for your approval of the 2020-2021 compensation package, and that will be presented here by Ms. Cannon in just a little bit of time. As far as for next year and some of the other costs, as you know, we've talked about the flexibility that is going to be needed to budget, and we are experiencing that even now as we are still trying to make appropriations projections for next year for how to conduct school in both a remote environment and an on-campus environment, and how we will do that with the increased amount of cleaning and supplies that we're going to need for that. So I said that to say this, as we are updating the budget, we are going to be adding, the next time we get together to talk about the budget will be August the 11th. And at that time, you'll see some different appropriations number because we're really folding in, we're getting some better handle on what we think some of our COVID-related expenditures might be. So that's going to be a little higher. I think we're going to be able to adjust some revenue a little bit higher too, but we'll talk about that on the 11th. The big news for tonight is that our certified values have been given to us by both Guadalupe County and Bexar County. And our freeze-adjusted total assessed value for SCUCISD is at $5,810,000,000, so $5.81 billion. Okay, that's a big number, but what does that mean? That is a 5.67%, so 5 2/3% annual increase year over year in total assessed value, freeze adjusted. So you may ask the question, I did, what are the numbers in Bexar County and what are the numbers in Guadalupe County? Guadalupe County increase was 4.65% year over year, and Bexar was 12.11% year over year. Probably indicative of the additional development that's going on just south of I-10, some other things that are going on in that part of the district. So overall, 5.67%. Just a reminder that through House Bill 3, we have a mechanism of further tax compression. Our taxes on the M&O side were compressed to 97 cents, actually 93 cents and 4 cents of enrichment last year. The state rate, projected rate of increase or revenue increase was 4.01%. So the numbers as far as property tax rates that we have been estimating for you were based on the state rate. Now we know that our increase is going to exceed the state increase, so that's going to provide for further tax compression for our citizens. And this is, our tax rate will be given to us on the 4th, 5th? No later than 5th, so we don't have these for sure. But our estimate is that our compressed tax rate with 5 pennies of enrichment would be 95.09 cents or 1.91 cents, just under 2 cents lower on an MO tax rate for next year than it was this year. So as we get a little bit, as our tax rate gets lowered and we get a little bit more from that, our foundation school program will be adjusted as well. So that's my budgeting staffing update, but I'd love to answer any questions you have on that.
I just got to say, just in case somebody's watching at home, so we're used to using words like tax rate compression. Can you kind of explain that more in terms of just because our taxable values go up doesn't mean we necessarily get any more money or we don't get a dollar for dollar increase, but some way of kind of clarifying what you mean by tax rate compression?
So before House Bill 3, local property values would increase, and local districts would get more tax revenue, but really all that happened was they would receive less state revenue as an offset. So we really didn't receive any money, but our taxpayers were paying more into the local school system. So we never really realized we just didn't get the full amount of the increased revenue that we got from rising property values. What the legislature did 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago now, with House Bill 3, is they really passed those savings on to the local taxpayer, so that if property values grow at a certain rate, if the total, all of our land, all of our commercial, our residential, all of our property across our 73 square miles here goes up a certain amount, our folks, our taxpayers' property tax rate will be lowered. It gets compressed. And so that really is a mechanism to pass along savings to the taxpayer. What happens then for us who make budgets in school districts is that money has to be filled in from state sources. And therein lies the issue in a situation like we are with COVID-19 that we'll have to not address necessarily for next year, but it's something that bears watching as we go into the next biennium.
Do we have any idea of the tax growth in Comal County?
No, sir, we do not. And for Bexar County, it was not the entire county. It was our portion in Bexar County.
What was last year's before the 4 cents?
I'm sorry, the tax rate?
Yep.
It was 93 cents.
93 cents even?
93 even, plus 4 pennies of enrichment, so
it's
97
not
even.
Okay. So it's still going to go down almost two pennies, even with the extra.
Even with the
to go
fifth
that
penny of
way.
enrichment, subject to vote, subject to unanimous board approval.
I'd like to see the numbers on what that's going to cost us.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to see the numbers of what that's going to cost us. As far as the state's not going to make up that kind of a difference, I don't think.
If we did, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just curious what that's going to what that's going to do to the budget.
If what would do to the budget?
If dropping 3 cents, or actually, 3 cents on the M&O from the state, and then our extra penny, we're going to drop 2 cents in our tax rate. I just wonder what that's going to do to our budget.
But our property values are higher.
Right, but again, I know going forward, it's never been dollar for dollar.
So it's.
We always end up losing somewhere along the way.
Yes, sir. So again, this looks different. We had, before, we had a guaranteed yield number. Now we have maximum entitlement. So it's a different term now. So we are entitled to so much money based on our weighted average daily attendance. And what portion of that is made up of local tax revenue versus what proportion is made up of state aid, that's what changes. So for those districts whose property values increase and property tax revenue increase, then state revenue decreases, and the opposite effect happens. So that was one of the major impacts of House Bill 3 and the changing of how the state funding system works.
Any other questions on that? All right, thank you, Dr. Ely. I look forward to our August 11th, our next board meeting, I believe, for our budget workshop. That will really dive into that. and seeing what the, what the actual rate is by August the 5th that they're going to put out. So two more. COVID-19 response update by Dr. Ely.
So as we were figuring out how to post this, we'd had some different things that I was planning to talk about it in previous months, and I did not know what type of COVID-19 update I was going to be given today when we posted it last Thursday evening. And I have about a page worth of notes right here because it's been a big day in the state, so I'd like to talk about some of the things that have happened today. But before that, I'd like to just revisit our conversation that we had last Thursday regarding the opening of school. And so just a reminder that SCUCISD schools will open for instruction on Thursday, August the 13th. And we will be remote only. That instruction will be remote only through Labor Day. The reason, just to remind everybody, the reason we made that decision was so that we could complete all of our health and safety protocols and the procedures we're going to use at all of our campuses and locations. And having teachers on campus to help us fine-tune those will be hugely important to us. It's also going to allow for our instructional staff to complete more remote, our SCUC at home lessons, and provide resources for us as we move into that environment. It also has the benefit of letting students and parents experience about a week and a half of remote instruction and moving the last day to decide whether you wanted to be enrolled in SCUC at home or SCUC on campus. Moving that gives parents more flexibility to make a more informed decision since they will have been involved in a week and a half of remote instruction. And just a reminder that when we made the decision, it was not to bring our 15 Guadalupe County schools into alignment with our 2 Bexar County schools. The recommendation was made, and the board did support that recommendation so that we could get ourselves up to speed with the intention of starting the day after Labor Day. So that last distinction is important based on something that happened this morning. So today, Attorney General Ken Paxton released a letter of guidance, not an official AG opinion, but a letter of guidance regarding local health authorities and their abilities to determine where schools, when schools could operate and when schools could not. So it was the opinion of the Attorney General's office that local school districts vis-a-vis local school boards still have the opportunity, or still have the duty, I would say, to determine what is best for the schools in their local district, and that blanket prohibitions of entering school absent other concrete data sources would not be allowable. Now, just to remind everybody, an Attorney General opinion is just that. It's an opinion, and it holds no weight. These things can obviously get litigated, and that's when you find out whether it holds muster or not. And then this is not even an official opinion. It is a letter of guidance. So I said that because I want everybody who's on the board in this room and online to know this is probably not the last change that we're going to get in the question of who has the ability to open or close schools. County judges, mayors, local health authorities, boards of trustees, superintendents. It'll be very interesting to see local reaction. I don't say, not saying Greater San Antonio area local reaction, but I mean local across the state reaction from county judges and from health authorities to see what happens next. So I'm giving you where we are right now, and that it was fresh off the press, I guess, late morning. We received word on this Attorney General letter of guidance. So that has been a big change for us today. At our 3 o'clock superintendent call with the commissioner, a lot was announced. In fact, he went strong for a whole hour. No, I mean, sometimes he goes for about 40 minutes and takes questions, but there was a lot that happened today. The first thing that I'd like to talk to the board about is the TEA health and safety protocols were updated today to bring them more in alignment with CDC recommendations. So CDC changed midweek, I believe it was last week. They altered their guidance and some of the recommendations they have for the opening of schools and things like social distancing and those types of things. So that happened. One of the things that is of note is the COVID-19 symptom list that we've seen for a long time now, which is, I guess, about this long, is now about this long. And so most of those same ones are in there, but the temperature went from 100.0 to 100.4. I mean, so just some minor things there, but just to be aware of what that means for us. So we have to go back and adjust our FAQ documents. We have to go back and adjust our health and safety protocols. Mr. Mosley's excited about that work. And it just highlights, I think, for us to remember this is an extremely fluid situation. That guidance from various different agencies change all the time, and just to keep that in mind and probably not get too worked up about some of the really fine detail specifics and just the overall guidance of where we're trying to go. So with that, I talked about tightened alignment with CDC guidelines. For example, CDC last week said it had been fever, you could return to work or return to campus if you'd been fever-free for 72 hours. That was changed to 24 hours last week by CDC. It's reflected in TEA guidance updated today. Close contact, that definition was also changed from the TEA's perspective to align more with CDC guidelines, which are close contact is 15 minutes indoors, 15 minutes or more indoors, less than 6 feet, with a person who is lab confirmed to have COVID-19. Not somebody who has a cough or not somebody who is suspected or whose friend of a friend had it. So that is now the updated close contact. As I said, we're modifying our documents, our health and safety protocols, our FAQs based on those changes, and we'll have those up shortly after this meeting. So third thing I believe I would like to talk about tonight is Operation Connectivity. I have to applaud the state and their willingness and their work, their diligence to work to try to get additional resources and internet connectivity across the state, as was announced last week. The state has set aside $200 million to do bulk buying of devices, Chromebooks and laptops, and wireless or internet hotspots as well. And school districts can participate with them with matching funds up to a certain amount. And when Mrs. Kovacs goes with her part here in a second, we'll show you what some of those numbers are for SCUC. But what we found out, we found that out yesterday evening about 5, that we've got an extremely tight timeline on this. So TEA cannot purchase things for school districts. That's not how they work. So they have to do it through a Region Service Center. Region 4 out of Houston has stepped up to do the heavy lifting for this. So every school district who wants to participate in this operation will have to enter into an interlocal agreement with Region 4. And they will have to do so quickly by August the 4th, which is Tuesday. And then we will have to complete an order form. We will have to have that in by August the 4th. If we wanted to order additional on top of the matching funds, we can order at the bulk price. We can do that as well. And then there's some other things that we have to do.
Do we know, are you going to go there? Do we know what they've granted us? I mean,
Yeah,
put
we
in,
do.
okay.
We do. And we'll get into that in a second. What I'm trying to get into everyone's consciousness is we have a need for a board meeting on Monday, because the only person who can grant an interlocal agreement is the governing body. So.
It's just my birthday, so it's not a big deal.
I
already was here between my 2 kids' birthdays.
Yeah, in point of fact, I believe
but
you
I don't
missed
like you that much.
I shouldn't have spoke earlier when I said the next board meeting's the budget workshop. You did very good hiding your face on that one.
I grinned to myself.
Oh, just kidding.
So
No, but this is a need we have. We all understand that.
It absolutely is.
It's a major need. We are seeing it in FAQ questions. We are seeing it on social media. We're seeing it in public comments. We know we need those devices, and we know that, so we all understand that, and want the public to know we're going to come up here and do that because we want them to be able to have that interlocal agreement.
And I appreciate that. Thanks for giving your birthday time up for that.
Yeah, 'cause I think we're gonna have to designate fund balance to do this and the whole 9 yards, right?
We talked about a number that, based on the survey that when we had our budget workshop last week, of $1.2 million was the number. It's not going to be that high because we're not going to get that many devices. I don't believe we're going to have those delivered by August 31st, even though we're doing the work by August 4th, 5th, 6th, in that time range. I don't believe we're going to be able to take possession of the devices, so they will end up being booked to fiscal 21 or next school year. So you will see that as an updated part of our appropriations that are COVID related that I alluded to earlier.
So you don't have to encumber the funds until we actually take receipt of them.
That just changed right before the meeting, if I may.
Wait, did? Please.
Sorry.
Things are fluid, okay.
As things change rapidly in this environment, and talking with Matt Rivera right before we started our meeting, we will need to, as it sits today, it looks like we may need to provide funding first, and then we receive later. So it's going against basic accounting principles for governmental accounting, but that's the way it's looking like it's setting up for this bulk buying co-op.
So we're gonna have to encumber the funds first, pay for it, and then receive it whenever.
Right.
Yes. But it's probably good to do it this year, actually. That's probably better news for us. We'd rather do it this current year than we would next year.
But it also means we have to encumber the fund balance or wherever that source is to get the money.
We won't need fund
We won't
balance,
need fund.
remember, we're projected to be in a surplus. For current year.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
When it comes to the,
Go
if I
ahead.
may, right quick, so meet on Monday, but what is the magnitude of the problem we're trying to solve here? We're going to buy Chromebooks, we're going to buy computers, technology. How big is the problem?
We will talk a little bit about that in the next presentation, if you allow me to defer to Mrs. Kovacs, because we've got numbers on that from our survey.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next thing that I'd like to announce, and it was announced today as well, that Schoology was named the Learning Management System, or LMS, that was selected by the Texas Education Agency, which is the one that we approved here a week ago. But that is good news for us because it is 2 years free for school districts who want to be involved with the state, and we get 2 years free too. Anybody who entered into it recently gets that, and so we have confirmed that with Schoology. So we will do I believe, check me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pruski, but we'll do the expenditures now, and we will get 3 years for the price of one. So we'll get 2 years free.
That is great news right there. So the state is picking up the tab for anyone that uses that LMS system for 2 years.
Correct. And if you want to keep using it, you have to pick it up yourself, as any district would.
And they did that a few years ago with an RTI or some kind of program, I remember, and then if we wanted to keep using it, we had to pick it up. So that's great news for all school districts, actually.
It is
So-
for those like us who don't have learning management systems. That is a good move for those who can take them up on that. And that is my COVID-19 update. I'd love to answer any questions that you have.
I just want to, for parents who may be listening, there are like tons of little questions, and I think we still do have a Q&A portal, don't we, on the district website where you can ask a question and someone will get back to you, or is that closed? I don't know if we're still utilizing that.
So right now, we're still gathering questions questions from folks on their family surveys.
Okay.
We just talked today about how do we continue to get questions on the FAQ. Many questions now that are not on the district FAQ are campus-specific questions. So we're directing questions to the campuses, who will then filter them to us if we start to see a trend of something that's district-wide questions, so we can continue to update those FAQs.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank
Our next agenda item is, on the last superintendent's update area, is update on instructional arrangements for the fall 2020.
All right, good evening. This evening, we wanted to bring you a few updates on our instructional plan. I know we just had a whole meeting about this on Thursday, so you may be thinking to yourself, what on earth could we possibly have to share? We actually have quite a bit to share. We've been working very hard since last Thursday, and so a few things that we've already been doing. One is discussion with principals. As you can imagine, there's a lot of information that we need to filter through the lens of our campuses, and one of those is one we actually heard again tonight in our public comments. And we've had a lot of questions from staff surveys and family surveys about face coverings for the elementary level. After much discussion, the recommendation is to now move to face coverings for all students, pre-K through 12, in order to provide the most safe environment for our staff and for our students. Additionally, we heard on Thursday some questions about Meet the Teacher and prep days, and those plans are all underway as well. We're working on kind of a one document with all of that information on it for parents, and we'll be updating that very soon. We also have been updating our FAQs. We added quite a number of questions over the weekend based on parent surveys. And we are in the process of developing campus-specific plans for a lot of things that are going to be a little bit different in every campus. Drop-off and pickup, cafeteria and how lunches will work, recess, passing periods, hallway expectations. Because every campus is set up a little bit differently and they have a little bit different sizes of cafeterias and outdoor spaces, those things are in the process of being developed by those campuses. We're also very deep in the work of adjusting master schedules so that we can provide both on campus and at home schedules for our students. So lots of work happening behind the scenes for that. Shout out to our PEMS department and our clerks and counselors who have been doing a ton of work on that since last Thursday. We're also working on some videos. Those will start shooting tomorrow. Thank you to Ed for his work to help us get those set up so that we can provide some face-to-face and more detailed information to our families about what a day in the life of a student will look like if they're at SCUC on campus from the time they get onto the bus to the time of dismissal, as well as things like program support for those who are in SCUC at home. What will special ed supports look like? What will 504 supports look like? Because we've had a lot of questions about those. We want to make sure that our families are well aware of what those will look like as they make those decisions for their family. We also wanted to give some updates on PPE. This is something that we mentioned in the meetings last week, but a lot of personal protective equipment has been already gathered in the district, much of which was supplied. Well, I guess they didn't buy it for us, but TEA supplied us with and a quite large allocation of PPE. The information here, you'll see the item, and then in stock in district means here in the warehouse, and subtracted from that number already, we had quite a bit already delivered to campuses today. So you can see we have quite a few masks, adult and child masks, reusable masks as well as disposable. Thermometers, most of which have already gone out to the campuses today, gallons and gallons of hand sanitizer, as well as face shields. This is obviously not all we're going to need for the year. We'll continue to be adding to this. I call it a stockpile, but it probably won't last all that long. So we'll be working to make sure that we have all of these things continually stocked in the district, as well as, of course, cleaning supplies and other items. As we mentioned, we are also working on getting some additional technology. Already purchased since May, Chromebooks in particular, 690 of those have been purchased. They're not here yet. As you can imagine, everyone in the state and, well, in the nation, probably in the world, is trying to buy Chromebooks. So they're a little bit on back order, but we should be getting those hopefully in the next couple of months. We also have purchased 200 hotspots already. And as we mentioned earlier, through Operation Connectivity, we're requesting additional devices to the tune of over 4,000 of them, as well as some additional hotspots so that we can provide connectivity to our students as much as they may need. With that, I want to share some survey results because it kind of identifies some of your question, Mr. Westbrook, about how much do we need. As we mentioned too, surveys are continuing to come in from families every day, and we appreciate all of those out there who have completed those surveys recently. And so we're going to give you some updated results even since last Thursday. So we now have almost 12,000 survey responses as of last Friday. We actually got an additional number today, but it happened right at the end of the day, so I haven't looked at the number yet. But our instructional model selection with all of those at this time includes SCUC on campus, 43.6% district-wide, and SCUC at home, 56.4% district-wide. If you're wondering how that might break down by level, it actually is surprisingly not so different between all of those different levels. It roughly translates to 55 to 60% at home and 45 to 50%, 40 to 45% on campus. Technology needs. So we asked in our family surveys how many of you do not have access to a device. And again, as of last Friday, that number was 978 families who would need at least one device, some of whom would need potentially more if they have more children. Additionally, what's not listed here is that we now changed the first 3 weeks of instruction to online only, and many of the responses were sent in prior to that. So we'll have additional beyond this 978, in addition to the roughly 4,000 surveys that we're still waiting to get back. On the surveys, we're also asking about food support needs, and we thought we would share with you that right now about 88% of our respondents say they're okay without food support. About 9.6% are relying on the district for food support, and about 2.3% have indicated that they have more food support needed. And Maggie Cornejo has those names. She's been working with a number of families actually to get them directly certified from the state for free meal eligibility due to recent unemployment or other COVID, other needs related to the pandemic. So she's been working with this data as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over for just a moment to Dr. Edwards. He's going to talk a little bit about a day in the life of a student.
Thank you, Ms. Kovacs. I did it for Veronica, you can do it for me.
I got it.
So what we've been working with our campuses on are putting it together some information. You heard earlier about the videos that we're going to put together, and that will include a day in the life of a student, but also this has really kind of helped guiding our script and some of the things that we're doing. We've kind of side by side of what's going on campus and what will be happening at home. I think a lot of the questions right now have to do with, so what safety precautions are you going to take on campus? So we've kind of outlined that out. And really, Ms. Kovacs, can you go to the next slide? I think somehow those got backwards. We'll start with how school begins, and then we'll work through the rest of the process on that. So, part of it, what we're doing is asking parents to help us by conducting those screenings prior to the student leaving. So whether they're entering the bus or whether they're car riders or walkers or whatever those may be, parents working with partners with us on ensuring that students are meeting the criteria, especially as new criteria comes out. And then you can see there, students enter the bus with a face covering, sanitizing their hands before they board the bus, depending on the distancing of that. What we haven't included in there is also that would be as you exit the car, you're putting on a mask and those type of things for the school. And so this is really a draft right now. We've started working on this, and we have a couple of teams that are continuing to refine this. Upon entering the building, go to the designated area. Those will be different or could be different for bus riders, car riders, and walkers. Again, part of our strategy was trying to spread that out and keep kids distanced. So you can see that, and then go to the cafeteria, and in certain situations either go to the cafeteria and eat, depending on how many students are in there, again following the distancing practices, or possibly even grab and go breakfasts where they grab that and then go to their designated areas. One of the things that we're doing throughout this is trying to really maximize the use of the building and the size of the building to spread our students out. So it's going to look a little bit different than it has. You know, we won't load up gyms and cafeterias and things like that with students sitting shoulder to shoulder. So you'll see us using hallways, open areas, you know, to hold students or house students. Also opening up classrooms earlier than we have in the past, but we still have to work with our teachers on those hours and things like that. But we have processes and procedures set up. We're trying to be very consistent by level. So elementary is very similar, intermediate similar, again, with some differences because of the differences in some of the buildings. So again, continuing to wear face coverings except when you're eating. Some of the classroom procedures there as you move into the classroom. Holding the doors open, so it's a touchless entry system with the doors or maintaining those doors open. Periodically cleaning, several times a day, cleaning the hands or sanitizing the hands. Social distancing as feasibly as appropriate in some of those classrooms. And then also the instructional supplies. If we do have shared supplies, we're ensuring that we're cleaning those between the uses of, we're trying to minimize that, but also ensuring that we're cleaning those between the uses of that. Transitions, again, face coverings, trying to maximize the distance between students. Restroom breaks being monitored by teachers. Obviously, they always are, but the distancing practices as well as the hygiene practices, we already have it set up that'll be a part of the process when we come back from school, is ensuring that our students know how the appropriate way to wash hands at all levels and those type of things. So, and then the lunches, again, that transition, keeping the mask on until you enter the area where you're going to eat. That may not always be the cafeteria. It may be going back to the room, grab and go type lunches, or at least those trays being prepared. Eating lunches in several areas. It could include the classroom, could include open spaces, and then face coverings, again, to be removed only when eating. Recess, this is one we've gotten several questions about, of you know, being assigned to certain areas of the space outside when appropriate and when possible. Maintaining those social distances, and we can't do that. Continuing to wear the masks. You know, outside is a little bit different criteria, but we still want to try to maintain that, just as we have with our strength conditioning camps and all of those kind of situations in that. And then again, ensuring that we're washing and sanitizing hands coming back. Specials has been a big question on that. How will we maintain that, again, with masks and social distancing as appropriate? And then just the equipment, sanitizing that equipment as throughout the day and after each use if it's shared equipment. And then dismissal, again, very orderly. Could be several dismissal points. Also dismissal by your transportation. So whether you're a walker, and we've done this, but we're really focused on this, whether you're a walker, a bus rider, a car rider, really taking that into account and developing plans appropriate to limit that interaction and continue that distancing that we're focused on. So this is a document that, again, that we're working on. A lot of this information will be shared in the videos as well, but we also wanted to have it in print that we can post it. Parents have a reference and they can go back and see that. Campuses can go back and see that. Teachers know what to expect. And then, of course, we've done the at-home side too. So thank you, Ms. Kovacs.
So just a quick update too on what are our next steps. The first will be publishing videos that we are filming this week. The hope is to get some of those uploaded as early as next week to our information page, both with the SCUC on-campus procedures as well as the SCUC at-home support. Also, we just talked about this, specific questions not covered in the FAQ may be directed to campuses, and then any district level questions will be added to the FAQ as needed. We'll continue working with the campus administration on the development of campus-specific operational plans and master schedules. We'll continue communicating with our teachers and staff about the upcoming year, and of course, continue to add information and updates to the operational instructional plans and FAQ documents. As mentioned, we already have some work to do based on information today. So with that, I'm sure there are many questions. See how many we can try to answer.
I don't want to get too specific about this because y'all are, you know, obviously put a lot of time and effort into this thing. Will the teacher be issuing a dry erase marker? I know this sounds silly, but it's not. A dry erase marker to a student to use so they're not sharing dry erase markers when they go to the board?
Right, good question. I think one of the things that we're asking for the most part is for student supplies that students bring not to be in a shared bucket. So if I bring my markers from home, that would be my marker that I would keep,
Okay.
rather than going into sort of a bin with my
Right.
name on it.
Okay.
So-
But I mean, specifically for use on the dry erase board in the classroom, that would be what they would be asked to do, to have.
Right, I would say in general, we're
Yeah,
not going to be sharing
okay.
supplies. As
I
much as
just-
possible, we will not
I
be
don't
sharing
know, something,
supplies.
it just,
Yeah, good question.
That's why I'd asked a while ago about the rolling, like, Q&A thing, because there are so many specific questions I think parents have, and I think, you just see them anywhere, and I'm getting phone calls, and I'm getting some letters and stuff like that, and I'd like to be able to say, hey, go look here, or, just what is the protocol for that? And I think what you're saying is that the camp start at the campus?
Absolutely. And obviously, I can read through 7 pages of FAQ, and sometimes it's quicker to just ask
Right.
someone. And so it's often easier for them to just call and speak to someone on the phone. But we'll still continue to review those often and make sure we're updating the FAQ with any consistent questions that we continue to hear.
Because I think, and this is just an example, I know that with us going remote the first 3 weeks, I think some parents don't have, they're like, does that mean a computer only? Because my kid needs a packet, we don't do computer. I mean, just those little things that I don't know the answer to, and I just sometimes don't even know where to tell them who to ask, but I guess start at the campus.
I would say start at the campus as much as possible, and if we hear things that are consistent, we'll absolutely add them to the district FAQ.
Okay.
So the 978 devices that are needed, plus what is 3,300 hotspots? You're
Correct.
requesting 300 hotspots? What does that get us? 100%? Every student has a laptop, every student has connectivity.
Right, good question. And I will have to defer to Dr. Edwards and Dr. Burkholder because I don't have that information.
So I'll share some numbers with you that will address that. So we checked out about 1,000 Chromebooks this last semester. We returned about 300 of those. Intentionally, we allowed those students that needed Chromebooks for summer learning to continue that. Some of that 700 very well could be included because the survey just said, are you going to need a device? And so they may not have said, I already have one. That would be one of those situations. Right now, our focus is really to ensure that it may not be 1-to-1, but at least 1-to-2, whereas in the past, that might have been 1 per family. So certainly narrowing that, and we'll continue to share those as much as we can. But even with that, that leaves us with about 1,800 Chromebooks available that we will continue to get ready for distribution, as well as we have ordered 500 additional beyond the ones that we mentioned that are a part of the Operation Connectivity. So we do have those either here or on order. Those should be here quicker because we've ordered those probably about a month ago through IMA fund. So right now we have and we've determined that for us, then the devices that we have, Chromebooks are the most applicable and easy for students to use. We do have other devices if it came down to it, but we would have to develop a little bit different process for checking those out and ensuring students are logging in. A Chromebook would definitely be an advantage. So of those, I think 927 or 37 that we saw up there, we still have some surveys coming in. I think we're at, you said 12,000. We still have some surveys to come in, but we do feel like we are in good shape. I won't say that we are in the shape that we want to be in at this point, but additionally with those 1,800 plus the 500, we've ordered the 200 hotspots. The important thing to remember, or that could be on that as well, was when we get, each of those surveys are filled out for each student. So I may fill out 2 to 3 to 4, depending on how many students I have. I'm going to request a hotspot for each one of my kids because that's how the question is worded. So it may be, a hotspot can serve 2 or 3 kids within the family. So that's what we're in the process of working through that data and determining how many of those kids that the parents requested a device already have those, how many that we're going to need to supply on top of that, how many multiple students within the same family for those hotspots, and then try to subsidize that with the additional ones that we've gotten. So it's really working through the data and ensuring that we can supply those best we can.
So, Mr. Rushbaugh, I'm just going to jump in. From more of a 20,000-foot view, I would say we're going to be able to meet both the connectivity needs for all of our students who need not only just connectivity to the internet, but a little bit more high-speed internet because maybe they've got slow speed or they're only accessing it through a smartphone. We're going to be able to do that. We're going to be able to provide enough devices once they all come in for everybody who's going to, for families, to meet family needs for those who need it, for those who are going to be in remote instruction at home, and still have enough devices to meet the needs of our students who are going to be on campus as well. So with what we have available and being able to redistribute and what we're going to backfill through our tremendous opportunity to get matching funds from the state for Operation Connectivity, I feel very confident we're going to be able to meet those needs based on the information that we have.
Thank you. And I'm sure there are protocols. I just need to know, I don't need to know what the protocols are, but there's protocols for repair and replacement of them. Should they be destroyed, missing, stolen? There are protocols already in place.
Yes, sir.
All right. Next question I had was, so the videos that are coming up, how will these videos account for active shooter drills, fire drills, evacuation drills? I mean, you're going to have all these protocols in place. Have we addressed it for that?
No,
Right. Actually,
we haven't.
no, we haven't. No.
No, it's just, these are trying to share with our families, what school is going to look like on a day-to-day basis, and looking at our students involved in various different state and federal programs, what that might look like for their specific needs.
That'll be addressed when students are on campus, with the students who are on campus, through the regular processes that we have for our safety drills.
Thank you.
Do we have a prioritization process for those that, like we heard on addressing the board, there are some people who don't have a device at all right now, and hopefully we're going to get to them first. Those that are looking for a second device or a better device.
Absolutely. The technology department has sort of prioritized, this is level 1, they've got to have a device. This is level 2, if we have enough, we'll get those students' device. This is level 3, it'd be great if we could, but if we can't, they at least are able to access. So they do have a prioritization process on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so how many devices are we going to order from this thing from the state? 978?
No.
4,637.
4638.
4638, and how many?
That's why I'm confident.
Okay, what's the cost on that to us?
About 250. Oh, sorry, let's go ahead.
Yeah, we just looked at that pricing structure today. It's around $250 per Chromebook.
Now, that's not our cost. That's the cost of the
Total?
Chromebook, so it's our cost
Half
is
of
half
that.
of it.
Times 4,000.
Correct.
We're looking at about,
And then hotspots as well.
yes, yes.
They were like 160.
Is that $500,000,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Plus or minus.
plus or minus?
The number that we gave at the budget workshop was 1.2 million. So, yes.
Okay.
So
And
500,000.
So you all feel confident once those arrive, October or November, that we'll have enough Chromebooks to go around?
That's the plan. Right now, we're talking about how do we support our SCUC at home students first.
Right.
Obviously, we want to backfill back to the campuses and use technology on the campuses as quickly as we can, but we need to get those kids connected first.
Yeah, we won't know for sure until everybody shows up and the surveys get finished, but it's not
Correct.
a good number. And of course, you're going to have, the ones that are going to get lost, destroyed, are not usable anymore. So I guess you'll have thought of that we're going to have some in reserve in case that contingency happens, which it will happen.
Yes.
So, okay.
We actually, we were very fortunate that of those devices, the 300 that we had returned in the summer, were pretty limited in those that were damaged. I don't believe we had to replace any, and we saw a little damage. So I want to give, props to our parents and our students for taking care of the equipment that was helping them learn. We were very pleased with what was returned.
Any other questions? I have a couple, I just didn't know if anybody else had any. So there was one big thing that was, I know that you mentioned at the very beginning that some parents are going to, and I want to make it clear because I don't want to skip over it, and I want people to know that a recommendation is the mask for all elementary students. That could cause some people to change their minds on if they're going to send their kid to school or not.
So
Sure.
can I adjust that? It's not mask, it's face coverings.
Thank you, I'm sorry,
So-
face coverings. They can wear a
Yes.
face shield.
And so especially when you think of our younger kids who might have sensory issues, when you think of young kids who are trying to learn to read, they really need to be able to see the expressions. For the students in those situations, we think the face shields is a much better option. We are even looking at some of our students with disabilities who have more of sensory issue. Perhaps we've seen these where you can put it on a hat and have it over there. So it's another way that we're looking to be flexible to be able to provide safety for that student, for the other students in the classroom, and for the staff, but provide flexibility to meet the individual student needs.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, because I know some people I've even seen on social media, they're selling very cute Spider-Man face shields and other things that will see some 5-year-olds coming to school in, so, which is really cute. But I do know, so here's my question. After today, and TEA is changing daily as well, when people want to change, we talked about this last Thursday night, will there be a new form? I'm scared that we keep saying email the campuses. I know those campuses are limited right now on even their staff and the overwhelming of that. Will there be another survey that goes out, or how are we going to let people change? Because right now we designated, but we knew we had a choice until July, but now we've backed that up a little bit with our remote learning. So I just want some clarification for all those parents out there, because I'm getting that question quite a bit.
I will clarify that we will have a process.
Okay.
And it will be more than just call the campus.
Okay, so that's great. So right
So-
now, I just want those parents to hold on and wait for that process to be released, instead of maybe bombarding those campuses just already changing, because we just don't want anything to fall through the cracks. And then I do know, you mentioned this, Ms. Kovac, that, when they filled out the survey, we were thinking, like, if I chose at school, that we would be there on the 13th, and now we have remote. Is there a way for those parents that do not have a device, that chose at home, that chose at school learning, but now they will be remote for those first 3 weeks? What process should we tell them to fill in? I mean, I just didn't know if there's a form they went and filled out, or where that was. And that might be on the FAQ that I have not looked at today, so.
I love how I can just sense Ms. Kovac's looking at me when some of those questions come up. So yes, yeah. So I wasn't going to say that, Mr. Pivito, but I did notice that as well. We are developing processes through technology, whether it be similar to what we did last year in reaching out to those families, but we will have, again, as Dr. Lee said, very soon, a process for those families that selected initially on campus to be able to designate whether they need a device or not.
And then my last question is, we've talked a lot about parents, but there is a whole realm of staff involved in all this. And I know that some, if they're watching this meeting, might have seen that form for the first time today, because it's still being created, or the at-home and and I have to say, I just love where it says, at parents' discretion for recess. So we're still encouraging recess if they're at home learning, so that is awesome. But that staff, I know, would like to know. Obviously, we all want to know. Parents, staff, everybody would want to know sooner than later. We are still developing plans. But the staff communication on some of this, is it going out a little bit before, or just so they're having some, I know you said there's different people having input on some of this. There has been staff members reach out saying, I start next week, and I said, the plans are still being developed. So I just didn't know how the staff was being communicated, if there's any listening now.
Yeah, thanks for asking that as well. We are filtering a lot of this information through principals, particularly when it comes to things that are happening at the campus with teachers. And we're also using all of our directors, everyone in Team 1, to try to filter out the right information to the right folks. We can send an email to everyone, but not everyone needs all of it. So we're trying to make sure that they get what they need when they need it, and using all of our leadership team to be able to do so.
And we've developed a staff FAQ document.
We do have a staff FAQ document. It has been sent out, and we're hoping that everyone has seen it by now. If you have not, email me, staff folks. We're happy to send that, because we do want everyone to know what our plans are and how we can support our staff.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, it is overwhelming to me sitting here of all the planning. I can't even imagine right now in the trenches doing this daily. So kudos to all of you, and I know everybody wants answers yesterday, but you can see just from Dr. Ely's phone call with TEA today, it is ever-changing. If you went through what our guidelines were if we're going to be on campus, poor Mr. Mosley is going to have to go there and change them again. So bear with us, parents, bear with us, staff members. It is changing daily, and I know these people in here are working long hours, and so we completely appreciate that very much.
And it's a great big team of others as well.
All right. So now we're going to actually move to our new business. And our first report is on student meal prices for our 2020-21 school year, presented by Ms. Cornejo.
Good evening. Hold on. First, can you hear me?
Yes, you're
Yes,
great.
okay. Good evening, President Dreisbach, members of the board, and Dr. Ely. Tonight's review of the meal pricing structure for the National School Lunch Program for the upcoming school year is guided by both the United States Department of Agriculture and the Texas Department of Agriculture. The cost increase of 10 cents for paid meals across all grade levels to include adults and guests is needed to make the incremental steps to get closer to the current reimbursement rate of $3.41. The cost increase does not impact reduced price meals, and their price will remain the same at 30 cents for breakfast and 40 cents for lunch. Attached, you will have a historical meal prices at SCUCISD, which shows a gradual price increase of 10 cents over the years. And at this time, I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Cornejo. I look forward to seeing you in person soon.
Thank you. Same here.
All right, our next discussion item is Board Policy EIC Local related to the grade calculation in spring 2020, presented by Dr. Edwards.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So as you remember, in the spring of 2020, as we were going through emergency remote instruction, we made a decision that only the third grading period or third quarter would be factored into the GPA for all students. Many districts followed suit. So what we're bringing to you is as a discussion item, discussion only this month for possible action next month, to revise our board policy to reflect that, to ensure consistency for years to come for all of the high school courses that were taken by students of any grade level, primarily 7th grade and up, to factor into that spring of 2020 GPA. We need that written record within our policy to ensure the accuracy of that for years to come. You can imagine with a 7th grader that was taking an algebra course or whatever that may be, that's 5 years down the road to ensure that there's accurate record to be kept with that.
Any questions on that? Thank you, Dr. Edwards. We know that that needs to continue in that during this, while they complete all the way till they graduate from school. All right, our next discussion item is the T-test, which is, for those that don't know what that is the Texas Teacher Evaluation and Support System. And that's the appraisal calendar for our school year 2020-2021, presented by Ms. Cannon.
Yes, thank you. This is a discussion item only for tonight, but we are bringing back to you the approval for the T-test appraisers for the 2021 school year, along with the appraisal calendar. We will bring back in August, and it's required by law and board policy to be approved by the board.
Questions on the T-test appraisal calendar? No questions. Thank you, Ms. Cannon. And our next discussion item, we're going to stay with you with our TPES, which is our Texas Principal Evaluation and Support System appraisal calendar, presented by Ms. Cannon.
Yes, for the TPES, we are required to bring to the board the appraisal calendar for the school year. Again, this is a discussion item tonight, and we'll bring it back for approval in August.
Any questions on that calendar? All right. Our next discussion item is our resolution for an interlocal agreement with Educational and Institutional Cooperative Services, E&I, presented by Mr. Rivera.
Hello, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Ely. This resolution for discussion is almost a twin of the following resolution will be next. That's for discussion for interlocal agreements, which has already been discussed in some way earlier tonight. The district may agree with another local government, including a nonprofit corporation that's created and operated to provide one or more governmental functions and services, or with the state or a state agency, including the comptroller, to purchase goods and services reasonably required for the installation, operation, and maintenance of goods. And if a governmental body does decide to join an interlocal agreement, the local cooperative, the district will designate a person to act on behalf of the district in all matters relating to the program, make payments to another participating local government or cooperative organization, and be responsible for the vendor's compliance. The interlocal lead, if you will, is responsible for soliciting and getting pricing and contract terms and conditions together. We are still responsible to be sure that our vendor provides the services and goods that we're expecting. This is just a discussion item. We'll bring both of these back. E&I has grown over the years, as well as the next purchasing cooperative, and they have a lot of vendors for goods and services our district may benefit from.
Any questions on this interlocal agreement? I know we have multiples of these that we use. All right, no questions. We're going to stay with you, Mr. Rivera, for a resolution for an interlocal agreement with the National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance as well.
Thank you, Madam President. This resolution with the National Cooperative Purchasing Alliance, NCPA, is almost a twin of the one we just discussed. NCPA joined with Region 14 to create a purchasing cooperative. They also have various vendors that we might recognize. You recognize the company Dropbox, for example. They have a contract through this particular cooperative, as well as hundreds of others for goods and services. This could save time if we're up against a time wall or time crunch, and these are competitively sourced.
Any questions? Got to have a good price on that Dropbox. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rivera, and I look forward to seeing you.
You got it one more time.
I got to give you one more time, Mr. Rivera, but I do look forward to seeing you in person. Our next discussion item is a procurement of goods and services presented by Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a discussion item tonight for something that's reaching the end of its current agreement, our contract term, actually, the Spanish written translation services and other related services. Those other related services actually are American Sign Language on a case-by-case basis if we need those. The Spanish written translation services, as campuses and departments require these from time to time, we will get quotes from multiple vendors that are on award, and the pricing varies from 10 cents to 15 cents a page, or rather a word, and then up to $30 a page, depending on the complexity. They'll do pages, or they'll do websites, etc. This last contract lasted 5 years, so we anticipate this should be available for a longer period of time as well, up to 5 years. We'll bring that back in September for board action.
Any questions on this RFP?
I do. Matt, that was September for this one, and for the two previous, those are both August?
I guess the two interlocals will be back in August for the interlocal. I'm sorry, not, it is July. August for the interlocals, and September for the Spanish written translation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Our last discussion item is our board consensus on discussion items eligible for action under consent agenda. And so we had quite a few. Our board policy EIC local related to grade calculation in the spring 2020. We're bringing that back in August. our appraisal calendars for both T-TESS and T-PES, and then our 2 interlocal agreements, and then we're going to wait on the Spanish written correct until September.
Madam President, just a question here. The page 29 says July 23rd, 2020, regular meeting.
Which should say July 28th.
Page which one?
Says July 23rd, 2020,
What
regular
page? I'm
meeting.
sorry, what page?
Oh, we're on page 29.
Page 29. Yeah, I just didn't know if that needed to be clarified before we did anything with this. That's okay.
You're okay, Priscilla.
Blame it on the typewriter.
The typewriter.
What's a typewriter?
Hate the game, don't hate the player. I have used a typewriter in my lifetime.
So have I. All right, so everything is up for any items that we want to have not on consent to have?
Well, I just have a question. Is there a reason, is there some reason we don't have the student meal prices on here? Is that something we have to do outside of this because of the cost?
Maggie, can we do student meal prices next month on consent, or do we have to have that as an action item that's not on consent?
Great question.
Excuse me, I believe it was a report for today. I don't know that
Oh.
it needs.
That's right, thank you. It is a report. It doesn't require board action.
I got you.
Thank you,
I just
Maggie.
thought of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cornejo.
Thank you.
All right, any items, board members, that we want to pull from there to be on the consensus? Okay, if not, we have that lined out. All right, let's move to our action items. And that first one is our consent items, letters A through J. Are there any items that any board members want to pull from the consent item?
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the consent agenda items, I believe A through J, or pages 30 through 145 as presented.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Do typewriters come under that approval of technology recycling services? Very
We've already
good.
recycled all those
Groovy.
typewriters.
Thank you.
Unless a classroom has it as a center for its children to play with.
In
Like
in the days of typewriter, I could change a 3 to an 8 without going back to the
Oh,
typewriter.
my goodness. All right, we have
That goes right beside the Flintstone school.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. We are now on page 146 in our other action items. Our first one is request for board approval for the employee compensation package for school year 2020-2021, presented by Ms. Cannon.
Yes, I've given each of you a copy of the compensation package at your seating place, but the compensation package includes our wages and salary structures and stipends for the school year. We administer our pay systems in accordance with this compensation package. This is the 2021 compensation package, as presented to you this evening, has been discussed during our previous board workshops and during our annual budget processes this last spring up until last month, this month that we had a budget meeting.
Questions, or want to give a second to look through that compensation package? Give us a second, Ms. Cannon, since everyone's looking through it at the moment.
A motion before we start talking about it? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
I was
I'll
just giving
make
time for people to look. Yes, go ahead.
Let's make a motion that the board approve SCUCISD employee compensation package for 2020-2021 as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Mr.
Yeah,
Edmund?
I don't know if you guys recall, but a year or two ago, we actually had some discussions about our philosophy of compensation. And I know I've said it several times over the years how 20 years ago, we were one of the lowest paying districts in this area, nowhere near competitive with the big city districts, Northeast, Northside ISD or whatnot. And over time, we actually became one of the highest paying districts, which I think we all thought was of very high importance for this district. And I thought we discussed about possibly putting that wording in the compensation plan as to kind of the philosophy of why we pay what we pay, and why we always want to be at either the top 10%, top 20%, or the top quartile or something like that to justify why it is we pay what we pay. And I don't see that in here, so I don't know if did we make a decision along those lines at one point, or do you guys remember talking about that?
I do remember. Scales, everything was going so haywire that we weren't sure if we could keep up in the top quartile or whatever. It was just, I think it was due to HB3 basically.
Okay, because the reason I bring that up, and I made some, or had some questions last week about just, I know sometimes people look at it, the economy's hurting, why are we going to give a pay raise, or, things along those lines, and sometimes you live in a world where pay the least amount you can get by with, and I thought we'd come up with a philosophy of, here, we want to pay as much as we possibly can, and while you may pay a teacher another dollar per se, you may save 2 or 3 because you have a far less turnover rate, smaller or lower turnover ratio, a lot less legal issues. It helps HR attract, better teachers. Happier teachers are going to do a much better job teaching our children. So to try to have a philosophy of being at the upper end of the pay scale, so that there's a rationale behind doing what we do, as opposed to just, some people may perceive it as we're just spending money because we happen to have it. So I just wanted to have that conversation about possibly getting something like that in here as a philosophy. If y'all thought it was important, or if not, that's fine too, but I just remember having that conversation.
I think, though, that I remember us discussing that HB3, because of the different amounts that they gave to different districts, that no longer allowed us to necessarily be in the top 25%. Is that correct?
We actually, I believe a year ago, discussed at a budget workshop and asked for your direction. I think at one time we were trying to be in the top decile, and then when House Bill 3 was coming out and there was districts that were being able to offer more than what we could based on what we were given, that we had decided, that you all had decided as a board, the direction you gave us was to at least try to stay in the top quartile. I don't recall ever asking to be put language in the compensation package to say that, but I do know that we asked for direction from you all.
I also think I did vaguely remember that we did discuss, because of the different amounts going to different districts, we did not necessarily know that we could stay in the top quartile, and that not, just because of the different amounts that were given to different districts. I mean, some got a whole lot of money, and we did not necessarily get a whole lot of money. And it sort of just makes it harder for us to say that that's where we want it. Even though we want to, I think it's harder for us to actually do that.
I think there was a lot of uncertainty a year ago on this topic.
I know, every year when we talk about compensation, we always talk about, as Gary said, we always talk about wanting to be in the top. And for several years, we were the top paying school district in this area, including Northside and Northeast. But as we talk about, we look at the 5 and the 6 year mark where we are really, at least we were before HB3, we were well ahead of most school districts in this area where the teacher landed on that 6th rung, on the step. There was a case of thousands of dollars difference between us and some school districts as far as we were higher paying. But I think, now that we've kind of gone through the HB3 thing and we know where we're headed with it, or we seem to know, or think we know, maybe we should put something in there about, our desire to be one of the highest paying school districts in the area. I don't know how you can word that, but I mean, if it's possible, Why not? Because I do want teachers to understand that we do try to look out and try to compensate them as well as we can with what we have to work with.
Other questions?
Where was the break? Was it 5 years that the state directed we had to shift our funds more towards the 5 years and up?
It was 6+, I believe.
6+? Okay, I can't remember what, so, yeah, if you look at our 6, there's definitely a break between 5 and 6, and was that direction. So I have to agree with Gary and David. If we could put that wording in there somewhere to at least let everybody know we are making every effort to pay as good as we can, then maybe, because that one question that popped up in that survey is, you know, what about our benefit package? And we said, we're doing the best we can, but our hands are tied to some degree, but at least our desire is to pay everything we can, because we know how important y'all are. So I would agree.
Other questions? On the pay grades, those are determined not by the state, by local, correct?
That's correct.
By local administration.
With the help of TASB and
Yeah.
the salary audits.
We would
that
have the
we've done.
salary, okay. Which we knew after House Bill 3, we were hoping to do another one later on. I think kind of to Gary's point, we were kind of, and I do remember last year, Ms. Cannon saying, you know, we just want to stay in the first top quartile because we knew that data was going to come back later, so.
I think we typically do one every 3 years.
Yeah.
And so we may be due for one. I'd have to go back and look the last time we did one, but
Okay.
we might be due for one
It'll just
this
be
year or the
interesting after
following.
House Bill 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Next
think
year.
we have one more year.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Any-
just one, Ms. Cannon, I guess one feedback I'd gotten from teachers is that we may have a smaller pool of substitutes. I don't know, does that sound about right to you? Or just, they seem like they were having to fill in for teachers that were absent a little bit more than they had in the past, and they felt that was because we just didn't have enough substitutes. And I don't know, is that, A, is that possibly true, and then B, could that be a result of substitute pay, or have we taken a look at that lately?
We have taken a look at that lately, and a year ago, we did up the pay for substitutes. There's many factors that go into that. We do have, I think last year we had over 300 substitutes in our system. That doesn't mean they're going to pick up jobs every day. We've also had several that are doing long terms for special education or FMLA concerns across the district, so that ties up subs. Then you have to look at the reasons they're out of the classroom. Is it professional development? Is it their own leave? Is it temporary disabilities, things like that? But we do recruit for subs all the time, and we have done monthly onboarding with subs, trying to really capture that pool. And this last year when we went to job fairs, knowing that the teachers were going to probably struggle more and more to get a permanent teaching job, we've all started to recruit for subs through that as well. So we're constantly trying to look for that. Was there enough for every day? Absolutely not.
All right, thanks.
So we, last year, it's hard to remember back 6-9 months ago, but we were in a really hard-charging economy. It's a great economy, extremely low unemployment. When you have situations like that, you find yourself harder to get some of those jobs like substitutes. Now, we find ourselves in a different portion. We've got a lot more unemployment. We've got actually people emerging out of alternative certification programs and teacher prep programs at the university level, and jobs aren't available. So that's why Ms. Cannon was talking about actively recruiting folks that we eventually want to work here, but we want to get them in the door as subs. I'd also like to point out to the board, when we visited with y'all last week in regards to our budget preparation for next year, we've already put additional 20 long-term daily subs at our district discretion. So we're going to pay them every day. And so we will have them in the fold, and we will apportion them daily. And we've obviously got some other money in there for subs as well. So that is something that we obviously look for. And we know that's going to be an ever-increasing reality for districts as we move out here in the future.
Yeah. I think it's very forward-thinking to do that, to have those subs on campus, to have them on a daily basis, have them paid. So you don't have to go scrambling looking for, you know you've got at least 20 out there that, you place them somewhere. So I think that's a good idea.
Any other questions, discussion?
Well, it also gives you a situation too, if they're not in the classroom that given day, you've got somebody else to run the halls, which is going to become really important this year,
Or intervention, or
not to mention other things.
any other questions, comments, discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Our next action item is a request for board approval on a public meeting date to discuss budget and proposed tax rate, presented by Mr. Pruski.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. This is an action item for the board to approve the date of August 27th as the public meeting date to discuss the budget and proposed tax rate in the boardroom of SCUCISD Admin Building, 1060 L Bell.
Schertz, Texas, 78154. I have a motion.
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve Thursday, August 27th, 2020 at 6 p.m. in the boardroom of the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City Independent School District Administration Building as a day for a public meeting to discuss the 2020-2021 school year budget and proposed tax rate. The board will then convene into a special call board meeting for the purpose of adopting the 2020-2021 school year budget and setting the rates for the 2020-2021 school year.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that date, the meeting? All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Next, we have our request for board approval, a waiver application related to COVID-19 or kindergarten assessment for 2020-2021 school year, presented by Ms. Kovacs.
All right, good evening. Just as you did in the consent agenda for the 7th grade reading assessment, alternative 7th grade reading assessment, and the parent notice requirements, we do have an additional waiver for kindergarten. As we mentioned at our last board meeting as a discussion item, well, probably not the last one, it's probably several meetings ago now.
It was July the 8th.
Thanks. It's been
15.
quite a few meetings since then. Just as a reminder, with the passage of House Bill 3, districts are required to test all kindergartners with a state-approved kindergarten reading diagnostic screener at the beginning of the year, and the waiver we're seeking is designed to allow students to use a district-approved resource, which in our case would be NWA MAP, and we would just be using that for this 1 year with this waiver. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I have a motion.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the TEA waivers as presented.
So I have a motion and a second. Discussion on this waiver?
Can we get this every year?
Unfortunately, this is a 1-year waiver.
We can dream,
Good question.
because I still think our in-district, what do you call it,
Our
assessment's
screener
better than
assessment.
what the state can come up with. I think I get a lot more detailed information, but state is what it is. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Next on our action item is a request for board approval, donation for the Byron P. Still High School School Board, presented by Dr. Edwards and Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Mr. Asbeck, members of the board. So we're asking, we move the Board of Trustees approve the conditional gift of greater than $2,500 for the Byron P. Steele scoreboard. You can see how that's broken down with two of our businesses that are willing to donate. This is for the replacement of the football scoreboard, which I believe is 16 years old, 2004, right? So we can't get parts for it. It's obsolete, and this would allow us to have that for sub-varsity games as well as varsity soccer and other activities.
Do I have a motion?
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve the conditional gift greater than $2,500 for the Byron P. Steele II High School scoreboard replacement as presented.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
The only thing I'd like to do is I'd like to thank Schertz Bank and Trust and GVEC for their generous gift. It really shows their commitment to education in our district, and they've been really good partners with us for many years, and I'd like to thank them for this generous gift.
Absolutely. They really stepped up with this one.
Yes, I second that. We, again, those names will be on that scoreboard as well, but just all the behind-the-scenes work that I'm sure Mr. Linhoff did as well. And so, again, thanks to Schertz Bank and Trust, GVC, that just shows how the community supports the school district, and we appreciate that. Any other discussion?
Yeah, let me
Mr.
just
Inman?
ask, I guess Mr. Lenoff's not here, but certainly GVAC and Schertz, we know they had a long history with the district and donated to all kinds of causes, but on something like this, do we affirmatively go out to try to seek the best type of scoreboard and possibly other vendors to put their names on it at a certain cost per month or year, like we see a lot of other districts doing? Or is this, I got a feeling this is pretty much GVAC and Schertz Bank coming to us, telling us they're going to donate a scoreboard to us. Is that pretty much how this happened?
No, I don't think they came to us. We were seeking opportunities, and they had been, as we said, very generous with us in the past. I think maybe even were they the ones that contributed to the scoreboard that was there previously? So we actually, I think, gave them first opportunity to be a part of that. And so that's where we are with that particular scoreboard. You know, we did some other, we changed some policies within the last couple of years for fundraisers, for booster clubs and things like that, but not for these type of scoreboards and those type of things. Those were more fence coverings and those type of things.
Okay, because I know that they donated the scoreboard across the street here as well. I think it was a much more expensive one, if I recall.
Absolutely.
Quite honestly. But so I guess my question is more about just a bigger picture of trying to seek donations or whatever, sponsorships or whatever you want to call it at our stadium for various events, and a scoreboard would just be a part of that. But you can go to plenty of districts around the state, and there's all kinds of banners and boards and various other things. So I didn't know if this was part of a bigger project we're working on, or simply just we're dealing with a scoreboard. And thank you to Schertz Bank and GVEC for donating that, and we'll deal with the other issues later.
I would say that's probably where we are right now with the steel scoreboard. It's an immediate need, and we appreciate our strategic partners at Schertz Bank and GVEC for stepping up. And I do appreciate the fact that we gave them, since they were in with us from the beginning with the first scoreboard, to be able to continue their commitment, and we appreciate them. But as we move into uncertain financial times, and as we move into a next biennium, we don't know what that's going to look like. It perhaps behooves us to have a longer discussion about revenue sources and additional revenue sources, and what the appetite is for the board and the community for looking at things a little different as far as ways to generate revenue. But I think should we go that direction, I think we'll have ample time to have that discussion.
When we were replacing the scoreboard at Linhoff Stadium, as we did the renovations currently with the press box, which was, as Gary knows, it's been a long knockdown, drag-out battle to get that done. We made a conscientious effort that we were not going to solicit advertising from other areas, because we did not want to get into the advertising business. Schertz Bank had been a part of the original scoreboard. It was going to be, to replace it, the cost was $60,000. And GVEC kicked in the other, they basically split the cost, $30,000 each for that scoreboard. And they did it with the stipulation that we would not go and seek other revenue sources and put other advertising on the scoreboard. That does not preclude us from doing anything else. But that was an agreement that we made with them when that scoreboard was put in. Both the chamber, the the chairman of the board at Schertz Bank and the president of GVEC are both Clemens graduates, so they're near and dear to the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City School District. And they've always done a lot. And again, they were instrumental in, at least Schertz Bank was instrumental in getting the scoreboard at Steele when Steele was built in 2005, or opened in 2005. And it was right to give them the first opportunity to be a part of this new scoreboard. And again, GVEC being a partner with the scoreboard at almost said it, at Linhoff Stadium, I think it was just a natural for them to be partners on this one as well. So I just, that was the history of the deal with the scoreboard at Linhoff Stadium. Was we made a conscious effort to not get involved in advertisement, seeking advertisement from different organizations. I remember when the scoreboard went up at the stadium, at the school district next to us, toward the west. They were out soliciting advertisement for that scoreboard. That was when they did their renovations, and certainly spent a lot more than we did. And I was, in my job at that time, I was part of doing advertisement for where I worked, and they solicited to us, and it was in ranges of $50,000 and $100,000 to put a small plate up on the scoreboard. So, and I don't think they have ever come close to finish. I don't know what they've done, but anyway, it was a long, drawn-out process for them too. But anyway, that's the history of that. And Gary, I know you were here. I think Ed, you were here too. So I don't know, Robert, you might have been here too. I don't know, but anyway, that was the whole deal behind the scoreboard. So anyway, that, like I said, doesn't preclude us from moving forward, doing something else. But I don't think we can do anything with the scoreboards, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think David tried, this was just specific to the scoreboards, and we did give GVEC and Schertz Bank and Trust first crack at it because we wanted to continue that long-standing relationship. So David's right. But we may have to look at other things beyond the scoreboard. I think the scoreboards are probably, at this point, sacrosanct. We're not going to go anywhere with those two organizations are going to have first crack at no matter what. But we might want to look at something else going forward, and we don't have to. But we probably ought to have that discussion just to see where we're at.
Not to beat a dead horse, but just for your information. So there's another district to the east of us, get my directions right, took out of their budget, I think, $1 million plus out of operating expenses to purchase a scoreboard. So I think that's one of the things that, I know we get a lot of criticism about our stadium, that it's not Taj Mahal over there, but I think that's something where we've been very frugal with, and we've had championship teams, and I think we can be proud of that stadium. And so we get our scoreboards handed to us or donated to us by some of our district partners, and instead of those funds coming out of our own pocket.
No, I do recall there being a discussion when Dr. Gibson was here, maybe, I was on the board maybe 2 or 3 years, and we did have a discussion. Nothing really came of it, but David and Finley are correct. There was not a desire on behalf of the board to really do anything with a private, raising a lot of funds privately. So.
Any more discussion, questions? Again, I just want to thank GVC and Schertz Bank and Trust for that. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Our next discussion item and possible board action is the appointment of board members as a delegate to the 2020 TASB Delegate Assembly, presented by myself. So just historically, the Board of Trustees has chosen an official voting delegate and an alternate to the TASB Delegate Assembly each year. Not really sure how this year is going to look, but anyhow, this year the official delegate designation must be returned by TASB by August 21st, 2020. I know I've done it. Mr. Finley's done it. Mr. Perkins, Mr. Pivoteau. Oh, Miss Seaver hasn't done it. Well, we have a volunteer, Mr. Perkins says. It's not, it's actually good. It's not a bad thing. It's your turn to experience it. It really is a good thing.
Will this be a Zoom?
We
Yes.
don't know right now, do we?
Yeah, it's
Mr. Westbrook?
like 99%. They said up in Dallas, the K. Bailey Hutchinson is not even taking reservations now. So I think
there you go.
TASA also said the same thing. It's virtual.
Yeah, we're still waiting on a TASB board meeting for official word, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But I
Whoops,
think,
Mr. Westbrook.
I think Mr. Westbrook is right. I believe K. Bailey Hutchinson, Dallas Convention Center has been a surge hospital site. And so with, much in the same way Freeman Coliseum has been here in the San Antonio
Gotcha.
area.
That'll put a,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, damper in that. And I believe that's the last weekend in
October. It's the first.
first weekend in September. I can't remember if it's last weekend in September.
Leticia, you can still go to Dallas. You know.
Just
it's a
Zoom
good
from
thing.
there.
You'll get a box lunch. It'll be
So I'm
great.
hearing that we have somebody that may want to know.
Yes, I suppose I've been voluntold.
No. We're going to have to still vote on this. So we have our delegate, hopefully, Ms. Seaver. Anybody else want to be an alternate? Because that alternate gets to attend. They're just not a voting member in case the voting. Okay, Mr. Finley, awesome. All right, do I have a recommended motion?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees appoint the following trustees as official voting delegate and alternate to the 2020 TASB Delegate Assembly to be held in Dallas on October 3rd, 2020. Delegate Leticia Seaver and alternate Edward Finley.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? And I know that motion says it's to be held because as of right now, we're still on location for Dallas, and we'll obviously amend that if needed to be. All right, motion, a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Our last action item is a discussion and possible board action endorsement of a candidate to serve on the Texas Association of School Boards, TASB, Board of Directors, presented by myself. And so historically, this Board of Trustees has endorsed a candidate for the district's region, which is our Region 20, to serve on the Texas Association of School Boards, TASB. Candidate letters received and addressed to the Board of Trustees will be considered.
Madam President, can I be
Yes.
excused?
Absolutely. He's recusing himself from this one. Yes, absolutely, since he is on the TASB
I'm on the
board.
TASB nominations committee, and so I will have to interview both of these candidates further down the road. So if I make a decision tonight,
Yes,
I'm essentially going to eliminate myself.
absolutely, Mr. Westbrook. Mr. Westbrook's going to recuse himself outside the room while we have that discussion.
Take his car keys from him.
Our meeting is not over yet, Mr. Westbrook. Nominations must be submitted to TASB on or before August 31st. So I'll wait for Mr. Westbrook to leave. But just as a reminder, we received an email. If you checked your emails, we also had a comment earlier, much earlier in our meeting during the comment section. You also have on page 164 and 165 of your packet a email from our first candidate, and then you have a second email from the second candidate. Now, from my understanding, the larger school district populations automatic, Mr. Inman can back me up on this if I'm wrong on something, but I think I'm correct, that the two larger school districts, or large school districts, have an automatic appointment. We have one from Northeast and one from Northside. I know both of those women that are on there. And so here, this would be for Region 20. Remember, Region 20 encompasses a large region with a wide array of school districts. I grew up in a small town that is in Region 20, and so that was part of that area. We're kind of on the far, for those that are interested, we're on the far northeast end of that region, and it goes further south. So, all right, so I've given any Motion, discussion? I have some
Discuss
thoughts,
first or
but
make
I'll
a
wait.
motion on this? Or-
I think we need to have an endorsee first,
Okay.
so maybe a discussion. Yes, yeah, who the person is before then we, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll just kind of make a big picture comment first. So there's about 42 to 45 members on the TASB Board of Directors. We're in Region 20, and there's 4 trustees right now that are on the TASB Board representing Region 20. Like Mr. Asbeck said, Northeast and North Side get an automatic person, so whoever they happen to pick, they get on. So there's 2 other seats available. So Robert's been doing it for several years now. I would encourage the board to endorse Relinda, and just how that works. She's now been on the TASB board for a few years, and she was actually on before that as well. Her term is up, so then she can re-up for another 3-year term. Anyone else in our region can put themselves in the hat as well. The process that they use, they don't have to, but one way to automatically get the spot is if you get endorsements from at least 50% of the districts in your region. And I think there's about 60 districts, Region 20. So if one candidate were to get 30 endorsements, they would automatically get the spot. Okay. If you get 25% or more endorsements, then you automatically get a position on the ballot at delegate assembly, and that's where the person actually gets elected by the delegate assembly, which is all the trustees across the state. Like Letitia will be one of those. Anything less than 25%, everybody goes before the TASB nominating committee, which is what Mr. Westbrook's on. There's anywhere from 11, 12 members of that committee, and they will interview everyone, and they will make a recommendation to the delegate assembly. You guys have seen this before, right, a delegate assembly? So
Just like Mr. Westbrook had to do that first time.
yeah, so
Gave a speech, a very good one.
so it's so that's how he got on. So it's so having said the big picture, I'll just put in a word for Relinda. She's kind of had a tough go at it, I guess I should say, because she got on it several years ago. Did a great job. Usually once you're on there, you stay. But then another local candidate from San Antonio, more of a from the inner city area, I guess I'll call it, because again, she's from Kerrville, so she's on the outside fringe. You had a gentleman from Bexar County Schools. He ran. He got elected from the floor. One of those times where he got to give the speech, and even though he wasn't the person endorsed, he got the vote. So he took over her position. He then eventually resigned. She then ran again, and she got back on. So she's had, kind of a little bit of an ups and downs as far as her tenure on that goes, but I think she's done a good job. Even though she lives out in Kerrville, she comes to plenty of the Bexar County events and participates. I don't know the other gentleman, so nothing negative to say about him, but she's been on for several years now, and I think she's done a fairly good job. And so if we give an endorsement, that's great. If you don't, that's not the end of the road, but it's something that I think most districts do.
I don't know either one. I know they're both. I also look at the flip side that those southern counties aren't represented, and so I also look at that too, because Dilley's in that southern part, and for them to have some say as well. Nothing against her. I don't know her. You do, Mr. Inman, personally, but I look at the big picture too here, since we have a lot of representation in our area. Probably some of my southern roots from being further south in Texas probably drives some of that, but Kerrville is not in the metro area either, but that's just my thought on that too. And again, we don't have to nominate somebody if we do not feel like we need to. Other thoughts?
Is Relinda currently on? She's currently position A, so she's serving right now. So this would be to re-elect her. Okay.
So kind of just looking at this, what she put on here, she does have an extensive relationship with schools and community. She did list, being a mentor, she's PTO, all of the things that tell me she is highly invested in education. Not that I'm not saying that the other person isn't, but I don't see anything like that listed.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Amy said. I don't know either one of them. I'm sure that they would both be fine. I hear what Gary's saying. He knows that individual a lot better, or a lot more than we do, or I do. But I see what Amy's point is, and I kind of agree with that. It's just, to have some representation toward that end of the region, I think is something we should look at, man, you know, so, I mean, I don't have heartburn, either one of them's fine, but I can see that, you know, to have that representation, so.
And I'll just reiterate this, that if there's no strong feeling one way or the other, plenty of districts just don't endorse. I mean, there's no downside to that either. And so the individuals will then go to the nominations committee, they'll do a full-scale interview, and then the committee will make a recommendation. And either party can still run from the floor. You guys have seen that process before. So just getting our endorsement isn't the be-all and end-all of the world, just in case we're kind of split or no strong feelings one way or the other.
I think of Mr. Westbrook too. If we just don't send anyone, that gives him a little bit more freedom representing this district to just be on that nominations committee. So that's kind of my thought too, but I want to listen, I mean, what is everybody else's thoughts on that?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Trustees not endorse a candidate for the position of Texas Association of School Boards, Region 20, Position A, as the reason discussed, because we're split.
Yeah, we're not going to make a motion, I think. So do you want to withdraw that motion?
I didn't finish, so it's not a finish.
Yeah. Yeah.
The motion dies for a lack of interest.
All right, so we are finished with our action items. Now we're going to head into closed session at 8:42.
And we're in the old conference room, the traditional conference room over there.
To adjourn into closed session, this board will now adjourn pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551074, authorization to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, and for Texas Government Code Section 551076, deliberation regarding security devices or security offices. Audits. The time is actually 8:43. We're going into closed session. We are back in session at 10:12. Our next item is an action item, a request for board action, the employment of contractual personnel for school year 2020, 2021, presented by Ms. Cannon.
Yes, the positions on the employment list as presented in closed session are replacing positions for the 2020-2021 school year and will be funded from that school year, the 2020-2021 school year budget.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the employment list as presented of contractual personnel for the 2020-2021 school year.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Last thing on the list is board items for review and discussion. We now have a board meeting on Monday, August the 3rd. I'm assuming 6 o'clock, called board meeting, correct?
Sorry, do we always do them at 6? Do we ever have like noon meetings or morning meetings, or we just stick with 6?
Because of employment,
Okay.
we have to do it later. I don't know what the earliest is. I could do a 5, but Mr. Westbrook, you work long days. I can do a 5. Gary, can you do a 5 on Monday? Oh, we just need a quorum. That's true. We just need a quorum. So I can do 5. Westbrook could do 5. Pivotal, can you do 5? Perkins 5. Finley 5. We got a quorum. Would 5 be better?
5 o'clock on Monday the 3rd.
Just for the called meeting on Monday, correct?
Yeah, and I just don't know what, I don't know what's been pro forma for us. Do we always do 6 o'clock, or is there?
Well, I think we've had people complain in the past about moving it to different days or different times, so just for the sake of continuity for the folks, just same night, same time every month. So I think that's why it became 6 o'clock, just to keep it the same time, so people don't think we're moving it around or whatnot.
Right.
Yeah,
Monday
we can
call-
do 6. It won't last that long.
I think call board meeting, since this is an urgent matter, let's do, because we need to get that interlocal agreement.
Yes, we need board action before the 4th. so
Exactly.
We need it to be Monday.
Yeah, so let's do 4 o'clock if that's, 5 o'clock if that's everybody's okay with that. I don't think Ms. Dreisbeck can. I think I have a meeting, but I can go, I'd have to check my work. Actually, I have my work. Hold on. If people can do 4, let's see. I'll tell you.
Wait. I gotta see if I
Any
can do
other
4.
items on the agenda? Yeah, can y'all do 4?
Hold on. What's that, Mr. Persky?
Okay.
Let's see.
Everybody's
Okay.
checking calendars right now. Oh. Yeah, 5 would be better for me.
I got 3 o'clock. Got 3 o'clock, same Thursday. Yeah.
5 it is? Is that better?
Yeah, that's great.
5 o'clock.
Get you out for your birthday celebration. Let the record reflect.
Thank you. Any other, then after that one, that was our 1 week off in August. Now we will have a board meeting on Monday, August 3rd at board workshop at, well, not workshop, board meeting, called board meeting at 5 o'clock on August 3rd. And then our next one will be a budget workshop
On the 11th.
On the 11th. Then we have a regular board meeting
On the
the
18th.
following week. And then we've, no, that was what we recorded today. No convocation.
No convocate.
We just did the video for that at the beginning. That was this week already.
Yeah.
That was Monday, yeah. Anything else? Board items? Discussion? Okay, meeting is adjourned, 10:17.